Right. Good evening, everybody. Hope you're doing well, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream with me, Pete, Playtendoguy, and I'm joined as always by Mike from Cinema Axeman. Unfortunately, Andy can't make it tonight. He may join a little bit later, don't know, but thanks for joining, Mike, as always.
Yeah, no problem. Hi, guys.
And tonight I'm joined by three very, very special guests. My voice is going, so that's a really good start to the stream. We have Scott, the movie critic here.
Hello, everyone.
And we've also got Michael's Movie Corner.
Hello.
And we've also got the brilliant Alan Scouser here.
Hi, guys.
Thanks ever so much, guys, for joining. Before we get on to the comments, I'm just going to ask, what are some of the films that you've watched over the past week? Do you want to go first, Scott?
Yeah, so at the weekend I watched Vigilante, which was a brilliant revenge film. Really enjoyed that. Thought it was really good.
Oh, is that on 88 Films or something?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Yeah. Didn't you pick that one up, Alan?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It's very good. Yeah, brilliant movie. Fantastic. Yeah.
Oh,
Definitely.
That's good to hear. I think it comes with a slipcover and booklet, don't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
Yeah.
I have to keep an eye out for that one. Anything else you watched, Scott?
Yeah, I watched The Banshees of Inisherin, I believe it's called. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yes,
you
as a
watched that
resident Irishman, you did say it correctly.
Thank you. And yeah, it's a great film. I thought it was really, really good.
Yeah, I watched that last night and was pleasantly surprised. I think everybody did a really good job there. All the acting was superb.
Yeah, I thought it was great acting from everyone, yeah.
It's pretty funny as well. I must admit, I chuckled quite a few times throughout it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's quite funny, to be fair.
The person who wrote it is known for his dark comedy, so it makes sense.
He did In Bruges, didn't he? And Seven Psychopaths, I think. They're pretty good films. What about you, Mike? What have you been watching over the past week?
Yeah, I mean, last night I also watched that Banshees of Inisherin, and yeah, I really enjoyed it. I do quite like that director. In Bruges is one of my favourite movies, and yeah, that one was really good as well. I also watched Smile at the weekend. Really enjoyed that one. Wasn't expecting much from it, but really enjoyed it. And I've also been watching the Japanese Grudge movies because I've recently picked up that box set from Arrow, so I've been going through them.
Oh, that's a great selection there. That Arrow box set's really nice. How many films do you get in that? About 6 or 7?
Yeah, 6 movies.
Oh, that's not too bad. But only one of them's in 4K, though, isn't it?
Yeah, so one of them's in 4K, but the first two, they're like TV movies, so the quality on them isn't really that great. So I don't think they would have really benefited from 4K anyway. But it's still, the rest of them still look pretty good.
Oh, that's good to hear. Might have to check that one out on the sale when it hits sales, because there's currently quite a bit at the moment.
Yeah.
What about you, Michael? What have you been watching over the past week?
Nothing, because I have been trying to sort out doing... I'm turning my spare bedroom into a media room, and I just got the money for it now, and it's just a case of ironing down what color I want to paint the feckin' room, what bookcases I want to get, and when I'm actually going to fucking start it. I'm only a day into this, and it's already fucking wrecking me head.
Right. So you're going to do a bit of AJN and do your own new room, man?
I mean, I need to, because I need to get more bookcases, because I have, last time I checked, I think over 600 DVDs and Blu-rays, not including VHS, and I only have 2 bookcases, one big bookcase, one small bookcase, so I need more space.
Yeah, I can understand that. I've got bookcases and they've already filled up. No sooner I got them, got like these little plastic tubs, putting them all in. It can be quite hard to put everything in. But will you be doing all your videos from there once you move into this new room?
Yeah, once the media room is done, because I plan to set up like a little recording area in that room as well. And so moving forward then, the spare bedroom is where I'll be doing all my videos and all my future live streams.
Oh, very good to hear. Yeah, because you've been doing your live streams on Sunday, haven't you? They've been doing
Yes,
really
they
well.
have been on Sundays, but starting this year, they're actually going to be monthly live streams. So I can't remember what day I have set for this month, but I think it's either a weekday or a weekend. One of the two. I can't remember.
It's going to be a day in the week, nevertheless.
One of the two, yeah.
Oh, that's good. And what about you, Alan? What have you been watching over the past week?
Well, as I say, Smile, thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah. Vigilante, again, another great movie. And I brought a couple of movies up here, actually. One I watched last night, The Night Stalker. It's a vampire movie. Can you see that? From the 70s. Very good, yeah. I've got the sequel as well, The Night Strangler. I'm going to watch that tonight. Yeah.
Oh, that looks
And
good.
also, I wasn't too pleased with these, though.
Oh, Silent Night, Deadly Night. Which ones
Yeah.
are they? Part 2 and 3?
3, 4, and 5.
They did 5 of them. I thought they only did about 2.
Yeah, well, the first one was the best, yeah. But I threw it on eBay. I wasn't too keen on them. So there's those. And this absolute mammoth box set here, what I got for Christmas. I don't know if you guys have seen this one. The incredibly strange films of Ray Dennis Steckler. There's 20 movies in there. He's a kind of a guerrilla filmmaker, you know, all these sort of like low budget movies. I'm just drawn to the end of it now, but the first couple were okay, but the rest are crap. So again, it looks as if it's going to be a nice box, like, you know, it looks as if it's going to be a candidate for eBay. But that's about it, really.
Candidate for eBay.
Yeah,
Love
that's
it.
absolutely mammoth box, you know. But
I've never even heard of that box.
well, I
set
haven't.
before.
Not until I'd seen it, you know, advertised on eBay. So I thought I'd give it a try. But
Is it a UK release then, or is it an American import?
I think it's an American import, actually. Yeah, yeah. I'll just show you the inside. Actually, it's got like a booklet. Really, it's
Oh, so it's a bit like the Alfred Hitchcock set.
yeah, basically, yeah.
Oh, that's very
But
nice.
the movies, the last couple have been absolutely terrible. They really have. Yeah, Rat Finker Boo Boo. What a title! And I think I've got the longest title here of a horror movie. By all accounts, this is the longest title. Now, this is called The Incredibly Strange Creatures Who Stopped Living and Became Mixed Up Zombies. Now, that's supposed to be the longest title in horror movie history.
It's almost a paragraph.
I know, yeah. So there you go. But yeah, as I say, very, very disappointing, like, you know. So I think I'll be putting it on eBay. So that's about it, really, Peace, yeah.
Oh, great
Yeah.
selection there, Alan. Really
Yeah,
nice.
cheers, mate, yeah.
Ah, awesome. For me, I've watched a few films over the past week. At the weekend, New Year's Eve, I watched yesterday for the first time, that Beatles one. I actually really enjoyed that one. Thought it was really good.
Seen that.
Yeah, it's
Need
got
to watch that
Tamwa
still.
from EastEnders on, and surprisingly, he's a really good singer at it.
Yeah. All right.
What else did I watch? I watched The Banshees of Inisherin last night. Had a lot of fun with that. I thought it was great. Definitely one of the best last year's. Very funny. Also, the best goat in films I've seen in a long while. The goat is just so adorable in that film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched Clerks 3 on Monday night. Very surprised by that. Thought it was a really good film, and the ending was quite heartbreaking. And this afternoon, I watched The Menu. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Definitely up there as one of my favourite films last year. Really, really good. Really hope we get a Blu-ray of that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be good to see.
Yeah. Have you guys seen The Menu yet?
No, I
No,
haven't seen it, no.
unfortunately.
No. It's a bit of a mix of all sorts of genres, but it works really well and doesn't outstay its welcome. Ray
Yeah.
Fiennes is in it, and he's really quite menacing as like the head chef in it. So yeah, definitely worth checking out. It hit Disney Plus today.
I'll probably have to check that out soon, to be fair.
Yeah.
Mm.
Me too.
I think Fox has put out some really good stuff this year with that and Barbarian. I thought Barbarian was brilliant.
Yeah. I haven't seen
I
that
really want to watch
Barbarian.
that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think they said they're going to release that on physical, which is a shame because it's one of the better horror films of the year. Anyway, before we get into the comment section, as it's been a little while since you've been on the stream last week, Scott, do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Yeah, sure. So my YouTube name's Scott, a movie critic, and I mainly just do live streams at a minute every Friday night, which a lot of fun. Really enjoy doing those. But I am also planning to do a video on my least favourites and favourite movies from 2022 as well.
Oh, that's good to hear. Who's going to be on your stream this week? And Scott, if you're doing one.
So I think Andy is free. Forgotten World of Movies. Josh is free to join as well, and I'm hoping that Jamie Powell can join as well. But he said he'd let me know.
Brilliant lineup there. So yeah, if you haven't subscribed to Scott, get on over to his channel. His link is in the description down below. What about you, Michael? What about your channel?
Well, it's grown quite a bit since I last was on here. I think when I was last on, I'd only just hit 100 subscribers. I'm about 2 away from 150 at the moment.
Very good.
Thanks to that Star Trek What If blowing up out of nowhere, getting like over 2,000 views in like 5 days. But right now, I'm kind of in my rest period where I have all of January's uploads essentially done. So today I posted part 1 to my top 10 favorite Star Trek episodes. Part 2 will be on Friday. There's also going to be 2 pickups videos dropping this month because the one I was filming throughout December is already 30 minutes long, so I don't want to push another 45 or 50-minute pickups video at the end of the month. And then, of course, as I mentioned, monthly live streams will be happening from here on out, and as well as resuming my unscripted reviews, as well as a brand new series starting soon, and the live DVD and Blu-ray hunts is coming back at the end of the month.
Oh wow, great selection of stuff there. You're keeping yourself busy there. I look forward to your new Blu-ray hunts. Your one you did over Christmas was really good.
Yeah, should have a bigger budget if I've budgeted the money I'm after getting for my media room for the next one. But we'll have to wait and see.
I look forward to seeing that. And what about you, Alan? Do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Yeah. I'd just like to say my channel is primarily reviewing horror movies and horror books. I also do pickups, the occasional live stream. My special interests are Hammer and Amicus movies. Absolutely love them, and Universal. So yeah, and it's, as I say, 95% it is horror, but I might do the odd review of an ordinary movie, and I hope to do in the new year. Well, we're in the new now, 2023. I hope to do expand it to a comedy section, so like 70s comedies, 80s comedies and that. But yeah, it's primarily a horror channel, so if anybody likes horror, they should enjoy it and that. Yeah, I also do ratings as well, top 10s for horror movies and that. So there you go. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. You got one of the best horror channels about, Alan. I really do enjoy your reviews. Always entertaining and insightful.
Oh yeah, I do my best. Yeah.
And you do really good top 10s as well, and I always enjoy your live streams as well. You've got one coming on tomorrow night, haven't you?
Yeah, it's going to be modern horror movies, the likes of, Terrifier, Smile, Barbarian, movies like that. So anybody who loves modern horror movies, just drop by and say hello,
Awesome. And it's good to see you're going to do some comedy in there as well, talking about classic comedy from the 70s. That'll be good.
On the Buses, Man About the House, George and Mildred, all those, So, yeah.
Oh, you got all the box sets?
More or less, yeah.
Oh, that'll be good. You don't see many people talk about them, so I look forward to watching that.
Yeah, thanks very much.
So yeah, if you like what you hear, everybody's links in the description down below. And I'll tell you what, Mike, why don't you promote your channel to everybody watching at home as everybody else has already?
Oh wow, it's been a while since I've done this. Same as most other people's, really. Just your typical movie YouTube channel. I do pickups, do the occasional review, ranking videos, unboxings. Just the usual kind of stuff, really. That's me.
And you've got a brilliant channel as well. I watched your recent pickups for the month of December. Some great stuff there.
Oh yeah,
yeah, that was good.
Anyway, everybody's links in the description down below, so go and give them a sub if you haven't already. They've all got fantastic channels, and with that, let's begin the stream. Well, I say let's begin the stream, and my touch screen has just gone completely wrong. My phone has. So that's good. Right. Number one. Let's begin. This is really good. Anyway, first up, we have True Action Star of the Dow saying hi and evening, everyone. Hope you're all well. Hey, mate. Thanks for joining. Hope you're doing well. We have Edward here saying evening, everyone. Hope you're all well. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Edward, mate. What's your thoughts on Megan, and will you be going to see this? Is this new James Wan one with the little girl robot? That looks kind of creepy. It does. It looks quite and like it could be good. It's either going to be really good or really bad. But the bit that got me was the bit where she's dancing. I was like, well, what's this? It's very odd. But are you seeing this, Scott? The trailer? Are you going to go see it?
I have seen a trailer, and no, I don't think it looks that good, to be honest. But I might give it a go at some point.
Yeah, I really don't know what to make of it. It looks like it could be good, but when I saw the dancing, it kind of just hit me like, this kind of looks a bit rubbish. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been hearing it's getting some good reviews, and I see a few people have seen it already, and they're saying it's not bad. So maybe. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I remember watching the trailer, and I just thought this looks really awful. But if it's getting good reviews, then maybe I'll check it out. But yeah, it was just when I saw her dancing in the trailer, I was just like, oh my God, like what the hell is this? But yeah, I mean, I might check it out at some point.
Yeah, I think when it hits streaming, that's probably when I'll check it out. What about you, Michael? Have you heard of Megan?
I have. I've seen discussing films give it like a 4 out of 5, and I know Straw Hat Goofy on TikTok, one of the bigger movie TikTokers, done something with it in some American football match, but no, it has no interest with me whatsoever.
Oh, that's fair enough, mate. I didn't even know there was movie TikTokers, so that's new.
Yeah,
I've learned
I'm
tonight.
one of them, slowly growing, but I barely post it, so it's not growing as well as my YouTube.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's another way to advertise your channel. I had TikTok for all of 5 minutes, got the voucher that I wanted, then I deleted the app. But that's cool that you can do it on TikTok. What about you, Alan? What do you think of Megan?
Well, I've heard of it, but I haven't actually seen it. I haven't even seen the trailer, to be honest with you. So yeah, I don't know anything about it at all. No.
Yeah, I think it's about like an android robot that looks after this girl and comes to life and kind of gets self-conscious of her own, and it kind of goes down like a horror route. But somebody told me that's going to be a 12 plus over here, which kind of surprised me. We have True Action Star Vidal saying the wife says hi to you all. She said, lovely to see Scott back. Hey, Dell's wife. Rogue's here. I'm probably going to see Megan as I have an Odeon Limitless card, so if it's shit, I won't lose any money. And that's true. If you've got a card, you might as well go and see it. It's probably one of the bigger and only big releases of the month coming to cinema. Seems to be a bit empty, but it is typical of January.
Yeah, because I looked at my local cinema place just to see, because I have some ideas for future content, but no, I think the only thing that interests me coming out within the next 2 months will be the new Ant-Man film on the 17th of February.
Is that next month, isn't it?
Yeah,
Ant-Man?
next month kicks off Phase 5.
Wow, that's cool. Is there anything this month that interests you in the cinema, Scott?
Not this month, if I'm being honest. But the next big film that I'm probably looking forward to is probably Ant-Man as well.
Yep, don't blame you. What about you, Mike? Anything this month that interests you?
Maybe that Babylon film.
Oh yes, the one with Margot Robbie.
Yeah. I think it's just the runtime that's putting me off. I think it's like 3 hours or something. But then saying that, I did go and see Avatar, which was 3 hours plus. So yeah, I shouldn't really complain.
Yeah, I don't think it's supposed to be out now, but I don't think I've even seen it advertised in the local cinemas.
Yeah.
I think what else is coming out this month? Isn't The Whale coming out this month with Brendan Fraser?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah, so that'd probably be another one. What about you, Alan? Is there anything coming out this month you're interested in?
Not particularly, no. No, not at the moment, no.
Yeah, same here. It's probably just that, Megan, but there's nothing that I'm going to rush to the cinema to see.
No.
Next up, we have the viewer Drew saying, "Hey, what's up? Hey, Drew, thanks for joining,
Drew.
mate. Hope you're doing well." We have Andy Like Stuff here saying, "Hey up, guys. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Andy. I've heard Stallone might be doing a new Rambo film. What order would you put the films best to worst, and your thoughts on a sixth film? Cheers." Wow, a sixth film. I thought the last one was going to be the last one because it was called Last Blood, but
Yeah.
yes, seems like we're going to get another one. What's he going to go around with his walking stick, and his walking stick turns into a machine gun or something? It's getting a bit ridiculous. The last one was like a violent Home Alone.
Yeah.
The ranking for me is, I'll probably say worst to best is probably the last one, then the third one, then the second one, fourth one, and the first one. But 1 to 4 are all pretty good in my opinion, and I didn't mind the fifth one. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I'd say worst one is the fifth one. It's the only Rambo film that I dislike. But I would say probably the second one. I'm really struggling between 2 and 3 because they're sort of neck and neck for me. But I think 2 slightly weaker than the third one, so I'll go 2 then 3, then probably Rambo 4 and then First Blood.
Yeah. What's your thoughts of a sixth film if they do one?
I'd rather they just leave it alone, to be fair, if I'm being honest, because I wasn't a massive fan of the fifth one anyway, so.
Yeah. What are they going to call this one? Rambo Never Ending Blood? It just seems weird.
Yeah, might as well.
What about you, Mike? What do you think of this Rambo 6 news?
Yeah, I think they should probably just leave it. I wasn't really a big fan of the last one. Yeah, I think they should just leave it, to be honest. In terms of ranking, mine's the same as yours, Scott. I think best to worst, like it's 1, 4, 3, 2, 5. I do think 3 is slightly better than 2, but I think most people tend to prefer 2 over 3.
Yeah.
But 1 and 4, they're by far my favourites.
Yeah. The fourth one is so over the top, it is. But
It is,
so good.
yeah.
What about you, Michael? What's your thoughts on the Rambo franchise and the sixth film that could happen?
Never seen a single Rambo film. Not one. So I've got no comment.
No worries, mate. You're in for a treat when you eventually get round to it.
It's
What about
in my
you,
backlog.
Alan?
Well, pretty much the same. Do you know what? It's been years and years and years since I last saw a Rambo movie. I think it when I first got my first video recorder. That's how long ago it is. Yeah. So again, I can't really comment. So yeah, years since I last saw a Rambo movie. Yeah.
How old is Stallone now? Must be in his mid-70s. So yeah, another Rambo film. Makes perfectly sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely define the age there. Very odd.
Yeah.
But if they give him a mullet haircut back, I might allow it to the sixth one to happen.
Yeah, the mullet haircut, I'd be up for that, but it definitely got to be a wig, hasn't it? You've got to be careful it doesn't get blown off in the film.
Yeah.
The viewer Drew says, "Do you think Creed 3 will do well without Stallone?" Yeah, it should do as well. I think a lot of people are really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be quite a good film. You got Michael B. Jordan directed it. Maybe his first film he's directed, I think. Trailer looks really good. People will miss Stallone. I'll miss Stallone in it, but I think it's time that the franchise moved on without Rocky there and tried to be its own. So I hope it does well. What do you think, Scott? As you're a big Rocky fan.
I am, yeah. I do agree with you, Pete. I think it would do really well. It looks really good from a trailer. Obviously, I will miss Stallone as I am a huge Rocky fan, but yeah, it does look really good.
Yeah, when's that out? Is that in March, I think, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
It's not too long to wait then. What about you, Mike? What do you think of Creed 3?
Yeah, I think it'll do well. I don't think Stallone was really the main draw with the Creed films. I think it was probably more Michael B. Jordan, and I think the same as you, Pete. I think like they've kind of taken that Rocky character like as far as they can, and I don't really think they can really do anything more with him. So I think it'll still work without Stallone.
Yeah. What about you, Michael?
Haven't seen any Rocky or Creed films, so but I think it will do well by itself, and I think it's time to actually retire the Rocky character and give Creed its own leg to stand on from what I've seen.
Oh wow, you're in for an absolute treat with the Rocky films. They're so
I
much
Love
fun.
'em.
I do own Rocky 1 and Rocky 4 on DVD so far.
Oh wow, you're in for an entertaining time. Definitely very envious of you having to watch these films for the first time.
As
Big
I've
treat.
been saying, wait until the new series, which is going to be called Tales from My Backlog. I'll get to it eventually.
That sounds like me. Oh wow. And what about you, Alan? What do you think of Creed 3?
I haven't seen any of them, so I can't comment. Piece, yeah.
No?
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
You seen the Rocky films?
The one that sticks in my mind is the one where he fights the Russian guy. That was
Oh,
the
the
last
fourth
one.
one.
Yeah, that's the one that sticks in my mind. But yeah, not really a great fan of those movies. Yeah, so yeah,
Oh,
but I do like Sylvester Stallone. I think he's a great actor. Yeah,
yeah, I agree. I do think he does some really good films.
yeah.
We have Rogue here saying, I've been watching a load of Spielberg films this week. Watch Munich on Sunday, Catch Me If You Can on Monday, and AI Artificial Intelligence yesterday. Oh, brilliant. I love Catch Me If You Can. That's the one with Tom Hanks and Leonardo DiCaprio, isn't it?
Yeah,
That was
Yeah.
a good film.
that's another one on my backlog because I keep seeing clips of it on Facebook and TikTok, and I'm like, I should really watch that. I'll wait until I pick it up on physical media.
I only watched it because I remembered the song Catch Me If You Can by Dave Clark 5. That's how I know the film. But AI Artificial Intelligence, haven't seen that one yet. But that was originally a Kubrick film, but because he passed away, Spielberg took over. Haven't seen Munich. I think that's on the premium label, but
Yeah.
it's not been one that I've been interested in. What about you, Scott? You seen these three titles?
The only one I've seen is Catch Me If You Can, and I did really enjoy that film. Thought it was really good. Munich I do own on premium, and I've always wanted to watch AI, but just haven't got around to it yet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one I got last year when it was super cheap. I think it's got what's his name in? Oh, not Hugh Grant. Bugger me. He plays Dumbledore in the Fantastic Beasts films.
Oh, I know
Jude
who
Law.
you're on about.
Jude Law, yeah. Thanks,
Yeah,
Mike.
Jude Law.
It makes me laugh. I can think of these names just like that, but when I got on the live stream, I can't remember them. What about you, Mike? Have you seen any of these films, and what's your thoughts on them?
Yeah, I've seen all of them. It's been years since I've seen Catch Me If You Can. I remember it being pretty good, but it's been a long time since I've seen it. Munich is really, really good. It's quite long. It kind of runs out of steam towards the end, but overall it's pretty good. And AI, I think that's really, really underrated. Probably one of my favorite Spielberg movies.
Oh, that's good. I'll have to get around to it soon. Isn't it like the young kid's called Haley Joel Osment or something? He's from Signs
Yeah.
or something.
Sixth
Yeah,
Sense.
Sixth
yeah,
Sense,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
it.
Because I've seen the Blu-ray for AI in my local CEX. I just didn't know it was a Spielberg film. So if it's there next time I see it, I'll probably pick it up then.
Oh, that's good. So it comes on to you, Michael. You haven't seen AI, but have you seen Munich and Catch Me If You Can?
Nope, I haven't seen Munich, and I'm meaning to watch Catch Me If You Can because I do know that's Ocean's Review's favorite film of all time. So, like I said, I keep seeing clips for it on Facebook and TikTok. I'm like, oh, I should watch this. I'll wait until I pick it up on physical media, and then when I actually go to order stuff online, I'm like, I'll order other stuff and forget about it.
Yeah. Oh, well, I hope you find it soon, mate, and you enjoy it.
Yeah.
What about you, Alan? Have you seen any of these films?
Well, I haven't seen Munich and I haven't seen AI, but I have seen Catch Me If You Can many, many years ago. I do remember quite enjoying it, but I couldn't tell you what happens in it. But I do remember, it was a pretty good movie, but I haven't seen the other two. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Let me just mute my headphones because they're getting in the way here. Right. We have Arthur W. Burling here saying, "Evening, everyone. who do you all feel is an underrated movie villain, and who's your favourite villain from a TV show? I'm currently making a tribute video for all the best villains. Well, hey Arthur, thanks for joining me. Really good question. Do you want to go first, Scott? Because I haven't got a clue at the moment.
Honestly, I'll probably have to go with Ivan Drago for Rocky 4, because even though a lot of people remember him as being iconic, I feel like people these days say he's quite bad and not doesn't hold up that well as a character. To be fair, he doesn't really say a lot in the movie, but I don't think he has to, because he's just got such a menacing look to him, and he's quite menacing.
Yep, I agree with you there. As soon as he enters the room, your attention is drawn to him. He's a man of little words, but bro, you cut the atmosphere with a knife when he's on there. What about favourite villains from a TV show, Scott?
I'm not too sure, because I haven't seen that many TV shows, to be honest. So I don't know if I can think of an answer for that one.
No worries, mate. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think for movie villain, it's quite easy for me. I have to go with Sanchez from License to Kill. I just think he's such an awesome Bond villain and so underrated. For TV show, I'm going to go with, he's not exactly a villain, but he can be a lot of the times, but he is still very likable. But I'm going to go with Mr. Burns from The Simpsons, just because I just think he's hilarious. My all-time favorite Simpson character, and he does have that kind of antagonistic side to him. So yeah, I'll go with him.
Excellent, great choice. What about you, Michael?
Choosing one for movies is difficult, because I'm drawing a blank. Because I'm actually looking over at what I can see on my movie shelf, and I just can't come up with one. But for a TV show, I can do that without thinking. And if AJ from AJ's Movie Place is here, he'll be happy that I'll say this, because my favorite TV show villain has to go to Gul Dukat from Deep Space Nine, from Star Trek Deep Space Nine. He is one of the best Star Trek villains I have ever seen. When I was watching through Deep Space Nine last year or the year before, and yeah, I have to give it to Space Hitler, which is Gul Dukat.
Okay, good pick there. Haven't heard of him before. Great. What about you, Alan? What about underrated movie villain or favourite villain from a TV show?
Well, in regards to an underrated movie villain, two immediately springs to mind. That is Scaramanga from The Man with the Golden Gun, played by Christopher Lee. And the other movie villain, which I think it doesn't really get all that much of a mention, is the guy from Wolf Creek, the guy that that was killing them in the outback. He's quite underrated. In regards to TV shows, I can't really think of anything at the moment, because I don't really watch as many TV shows as I watch movies. So yeah, as regards movies, I'd say Scaramanga and the guy from Wolf Creek.
Oh, yeah. Great picks there, Alan. I do agree with you there. For me, I watched a film last week called Surviving the Game. It had Ice-T in it, and it was a really good 90s survival film. And Gary Busey was in it with Rutger Hauer. And Gary Busey was pretty underrated in that. He gave like a really good performance. He was only in the film for so long, but wow, he had plenty of scene-stealing potential in that as one of the villains. As for a TV show, that's quite hard to say, because again, I haven't been watching many TV shows, but I've been currently watching His Dark Materials on BBC iPlayer, and the woman Ruth Wilson, she plays one of the villains in the TV show, and she's really good in that. So I'll say that. We have Mike here from Did You See That saying, "Hey lads, hope you're all doing well." Hey Mike, hope you're doing well, mate. Rogue says, "I don't really get why AI is so hated. I really liked it, but have read Kubrick's original plans for the film." Yeah, I know it seems to be quite a controversial pick for some reason. I don't know whether because it was a Kubrick film and then Spielberg took over it and it feels a bit of two people's films. I don't know. Do you know, Mike?
Yeah, I know that like the middle of the movie is probably like it's probably my least favorite part of the movie. But from what I've read, I think that was all sort of Spielberg's like idea, whereas Stanley Kubrick's stuff was like the beginning and the end, and that for me they're the much better parts of the movie. But yeah, I don't really know too much what it would have been like had Stanley Kubrick done it. But yeah, I think there was like a lot of different ideas going about with that movie.
Oh, right. I should think it has quite an interesting history, and I should think there's many sort of documentaries about it on the physical media side of it and on YouTube. Ah.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Tim Young and Productions. Hey all, happy Wednesday. Hope you're all doing well. Hey Tim, hope you're doing well, mate. Thanks for joining. We've got Mike here saying, what's a movie you're not watching in 2023? That's a good question. Ooh. Could I say Thor: Love and Thunder because it came out last year and it was rubbish? But I'll just say a film that's coming out this year that I don't really have no interest in. I haven't got a clue yet. Really don't. There seem to be a lot of cool looking films. Even the Barbie film I'm excited for. So that proves I'd watch any old thing.
Yeah, like between me and my small friend group, I'm the only one that probably is going to go see Barbie because for two reasons. One, the trailer genuinely interests me, and two, because I want to see the new Doctor in it, Shruti Gatwa. He's going to be in it, so I want to get a feel for what he's like before he takes over the show.
Yeah, I heard he's going to be in it for a little while. He's playing a version of Ken because there's going to be several different people in it. I think the guy who plays Shang-Chi's in it as well. Somebody told me.
Yeah, I think I've seen that as well.
What about you, Scott? Is there a film you're not going to watch this year?
The only film that I can think of at the moment that's out this year that I'm not too excited for is probably Megan.
Megan, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't blame there. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm not too sure because I don't know. There's not really anything that comes to mind, but and there is one movie coming out that I don't really want to go and see it because I have a feeling it'll be shit. But I will probably still see it anyway. But it's the new M. Night Shyamalan film. I think it's called Knock at the Cabin or something. And
that one.
Oh
yeah,
I think that. Yeah.
I think it comes out in February. But I've just kind of lost patience with him as a director because I thought Old was just like awful, and I had really high hopes for it. And I feel like this movie is just going to be the exact same. But like I said, curiosity will still probably get the better of me, and I'll probably still see it.
A lot of his films are hit and miss. Most recently, it seemed to be a bit of a misfire, especially after Avatar. Ooh.
Oh yeah, I've not seen that one, but not heard the things.
That was, for a time, the only one of his I saw because I'm a big fan of like the animated series, and wow, he butchered that.
Yeah.
What about you, Michael? Is there a film you're not going to watch this year?
Yeah, and it's going to get me a little bit of hate. I have zero interest in the new Spider-Man animated film, Into the Spider-Verse. Haven't seen the first one. Don't really care to watch either.
Yeah, you're not the only one. I know that seems to be quite a divisive film. A lot of people aren't the biggest fan of it, whether it's its art style or anything. But I didn't mind the film, but I can understand that one. That's going to be split into two parts as well, which seems to be.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Alan? Is there a film this year you're not looking forward to?
Well, if it's any movies that get made featuring another adaptation of Freddy Krueger, I'm out because I finished with them. I finished with them at part 3, Nightmare on Elm Street. So I don't want to see any more. I don't want to see any more Nightmare on Elm Street remakes. Thinking further, I can't really think of anything at the moment. But yeah, as I say, if it's going to be another Elm Street movie, I definitely won't be watching that because I've heard murmurings they're going to be making a new one. I don't know how true it is. So if you do, I'm out. Yeah.
And I know a lot of people want to see one, especially after all the other big horror franchises that has made a comeback. I mean, it'd be nice to see him come back, but I don't know whether they can pull it. But got The Exorcist later this year, haven't we? A
Yeah,
remake of
that's
that.
right. Yes,
Oh,
the
yeah, I forgot
anniversary.
about
Isn't it?
that.
Yeah, the anniversary. Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, they're going to make a trilogy, aren't they? I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's going to be the
I thought
same
they
guy
already
who's
did.
done the new Halloween films.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
That'd be interesting to see whether that'll be good or not, because the
yeah,
past two Halloween films have been quite diverse with people's opinions.
yeah.
You haven't seen Halloween Ends yet, have you?
I'm going to get it when it comes out. I think it's out in 2 weeks, so probably. Yeah, I've watched all the others, so I might as well watch that. You know.
Look forward to hearing your opinions on that when it comes out.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, as I said, they're going to do another Elm Street movie. Yeah, that'll definitely be. I'll definitely bypass that one. Yeah, I don't know about Friday the 13th. If they're good doing any more of them, I don't know.
They are going to do something to do with Friday the 13th. I think they're going to do a TV series or
I
something.
believe so.
Yeah. Oh, flipping heck. Yeah, I know they did make a TV series in the late 80s where it's something to do with a shop, a curio shop, wasn't it? From what I can remember, it was a shop involved. They were buying different things from the shop. That it was only on for about. I think it was only on for about 13 weeks. Yeah.
Oh, so I only got one season.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So.
But for me, I'm honestly thinking about the films that are coming out this year. Most of them all look pretty good. I think we've got a new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles this year. We've got new Transformers. And
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. The only thing that I probably won't go and see this year, if they do bring out, is probably a My Little Pony film, if they bring out one, because that seems to be a new thing. We've got True Action Star of the Dow saying sub to Alan and Michael, already subbed to everybody else.
Thank
you very much.
Much appreciate it. Thank you.
We have Danny here from This Is My Life saying, hello, guys. Hey, Danny. Hope you're doing well, my friend. We have David here saying, Happy New Year, guys. Hope you are good. Happy New Year, David. Hope you're well, my friend. Thanks for joining. Rogue says, also the ending of AI is depressing as fuck. Yeah, I've heard the ending is pretty low. Is it, Mike?
It is, but it's kind of sweet at the same time. It's kind of a happy ending, but I can understand why people might find it a bit sad as well.
Right, we have Tim Youngman Productions here saying, have you guys seen the trailer for the new Evil Dead film, Evil Dead Rise? What are your thoughts on the Evil Dead franchise? I absolutely love them and some of my favourite horror films of all time. Well, I watched the Evil Dead franchise for the first time last year. Yeah, I actually watched all the 4 films. I haven't seen the TV series yet, but I do want to see that. But I enjoyed the first one. I think it's a pretty good film. It's definitely shown its age now, but for what they done on the budget they did, it's a miraculous piece of work. I really enjoyed the second one. I thought it was a really good sort of reboot sequel to it, and some great practical effects there. And Army of Darkness, I really enjoyed that one. That was so much fun. That was very Ray Harryhausen inspired there with like all the stop motion creatures and that, and it was just very funny. And the remake, I enjoyed that one. I was definitely way over the top with its score, but man, really fun. Watched the new trailer for this afternoon, and it seems to be like playing on the same sort of Evil Dead sort of thing. They find the book, something happens. So yeah, it looks pretty good. It's going to be set in a flat, which is going to be interesting. Not too long to wait either, so yeah, colour me interested. What about you, Scott?
I haven't seen a trailer yet, but I'll probably watch it after the live stream because I'm really looking forward to checking it out. As for franchise, I absolutely love the films. First one I think is really good. It's a bit dated now, but it's still pretty good. Second one I think is absolutely class. One of my favourite horror films of all time, and some of the comedy in that is really great as well. So yeah, probably my favourite franchise. Second one. Third one's just really mental fun. I really like the third one as well. And the remake, yeah, really good remake. I thought it does go over the top with its score, but I did think it was quite a good film.
Yeah, I think it's a really consistent franchise as well. With all the films, there's not been a bad one in it, I think.
Yeah, definitely, I agree.
What about you, Mike? What do you think of the trailer and the franchise as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, I love the all of the Bruce Campbell Evil Dead stuff. So the original 3 movies and the TV show is a lot of fun. I wasn't that keen on the remake. I know. I feel like I'm probably one of the few people that didn't really like it. I thought it was okay, but it wasn't one of my favorites. And yeah, this new one, I've seen the trailer, and yeah, I think it looks okay, but it looks a bit too similar to the remake. So I don't really have too much high hopes for it. But I'll probably still go and see it because I do like the franchise.
Have you seen the extended cut of the Evil Dead remake? Because a lot of people say that's much more better than the theatrical version.
Okay.
What about you, Michael? Have you seen Evil Dead?
Nope, I haven't seen any of them.
Another great franchise you're in for a treat for.
If I ever get around to it, yeah.
Brilliant.
But this backlog, I don't know.
Yeah, you got a huge backlog, and trust me, I'm one that when I first did these streams, everybody was saying, "You haven't seen this, you haven't seen that."
Yeah,
I'm getting there.
yeah. I mean, in my last live stream that I done on New Year's Eve, AJ and everyone in my stream was telling me that I needed to go see the first Alien film because I only had just recently picked them up the first 4 on Blu-ray. Still haven't gone around to it yet. I'm working on other projects for February.
No worries. You get to them when you get to them, but when you get to them, call you in for a treat with them. I'll tell you.
Definitely.
What about you, Alan? Have you seen the Evil Dead films? What's your thoughts on them and the new film?
I have, yeah. My favourite one is the first one. I like the second one as well, which is more of a reboot, wasn't it? That was sort of like a reboot of that. I wasn't too keen on the third one. I didn't like the medieval ambience about it, so I wasn't too keen on that. But the first 2, yeah, I have actually seen the remake as well, many years ago, but I don't remember too much about that, so I'll have to revisit that. I wasn't too keen on the series, to be honest with you. I have seen the trailer just tonight, actually, and yeah, I've got mixed feelings about it. It looks all right, nothing special. But yeah, my favourite one is the first one. That's my number 1. Yeah.
Yeah. I can definitely get that. It looks good, but it just seems to be taking that same thing but moving it to a new location with some new characters.
Yeah.
But hopefully it'll prove us wrong. We'll never know.
Yeah.
But it's good to see it's getting a cinema release nevertheless, because originally it was only going to go straight to streaming. So it's good to see.
Yeah.
Next up, we have True Actions Out of the Dell saying, "Hey, Mel Gibson, aka Playtendoguy." Why am I Mel Gibson? There you go. Tim Young Unproduction says, "Sam Raimi can do no wrong. Evil Dead trilogy, Spider-Man trilogy, Drag Me to Hell, I think it is, Darkman." Yeah, didn't he do that Wizard of Oz one, Oz Great and Powerful as well? I can remember that.
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah, he did. He did the Quick and the Dead as well, didn't he? I'm pretty certain he did that one. He did some good films about it. And obviously Doctor Strange last year and the Multiverse of Mildness. So he's done quite a bit. What about you, Scott? What do you think of Sam Raimi as a director? For me, he's always been the Spider-Man guy. First films I saw of his. And what do you think, Scott?
Yeah, I really like Sam Raimi. To me, he was always the Evil Dead guy because I saw those before the Spider-Man films. But I do really like Spider-Man 1 and 2 as well. I haven't seen Drag Me to Hell or Darkman yet, but I've heard really good things about those movies, so I do want to check them out.
Yeah, Darkman's Liam Neeson, I think, and I haven't seen that one yet, but I want to see it. I know there's like a trilogy of them, but I don't think he did the other 2.
Yeah, I think that's right, yeah.
What about you, Mike? What do you think of Sam Raimi as a director?
Yeah, I really like him. Yeah, I think he's got a very unique style, certainly with like horror and comedy in the way the way he splices them together. Yeah, I love like the Evil Dead, Spider-Man movies. Drag Me to Hell's good, but Darkman's probably one of my favorites. It's just such a wacky movie, but it's so much fun. If you like the Evil Dead movies, I definitely recommend Darkman. It's kind of a strange twist on the superhero genre.
Oh, that's good. I've seen it repeated on TV a few times, so I'll have to give that one a watch. Didn't he also do one on Indicator called Crime Wave? That was like one of his first ones.
Yeah, I've seen that one, and I wasn't keen on that one. It's probably my least favorite film from him. It's a little bit too wacky.
Yeah, I see the trailer for it, and I was like, yeah, this doesn't, not for me.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan.
What about you, Michael? What do you think of Sam Raimi as a director?
Yeah, I mean, I like him, but I've only really seen his works with Marvel. But as I keep saying, I have to add nearly every fucking film onto this backlog at this point because of how little I've actually bloody seen.
Well, you got plenty of great films to watch. You're in for a treat, as I keep saying. So many of these films to watch for the first time. A lot of us will be envious of you in your position.
Yeah, because there's just even looking at my bookcase now, there's Pulp Fiction that I haven't seen before.
I've never
Lord
seen
of the Rings.
Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, never seen Pulp Fiction. I've never
No.
seen the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I've
Oh,
never
wow.
seen Predator or Predator 2. I've
Wow.
never seen any of the Alien films. I haven't seen No Country for Old Men, and those are just ones that are in my visual range. I'm sure
Wow.
I know there's a bunch more on that bookcase that I have never seen before.
Wow. So many. You got a good weekend with the Lord of the Rings trilogy, let's just say.
Yeah, it's
Already
a
seen
video
the
that
first one.
I've been planning for a while to do at some point. Now that I have them, not the extended cut, but just like the regular cut on
Yeah,
Blu-ray.
theatrical edition, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I've only ever seen them ones as well, but like the extended cuts are like about 4.5 hours each.
Yeah, it's not just that. It's just that it's way too expensive to pick up. And my CEX is like €58 when I seen it in my local
Whoa.
CEX just for the extended cut on Blu-ray.
That's quite a bit.
Yeah.
What about you, Alan? What do you think of the Sam Raimi as a whole?
Yeah, I quite like him. Yeah, I do like the Evil Dead movies and the Spider-Man. And I love Drag Me to Hell. Darkman I've seen many years ago. I remember quite enjoying it. I haven't seen the sequel, but yeah, I do rate him quite highly. Sam Raimi. Yeah, he's very good. Yeah,
I agree, and it's always great to see him with Bruce Campbell. Perfect match there.
Definitely. Yeah.
We have Danny here saying, "Hey, Michael."
Hi, Danny.
We have True Action Star saying, "Don't swear, Irish guy." We all swear here, mate.
I'm Irish. It's in me fucking blood to swear. You will never hear me go a fucking sentence without either a fuck, feck, or a bollocks in it.
Okay. Next up, we have Tim Young Unproduction says, "Have you guys seen the anime series of Vinland Saga? It's an anime Viking series, and its second season premieres on Monday. So if you haven't, definitely recommend it." Never heard of it, but I do like anime, and I am kind of into the whole Viking stuff at the moment. I'm currently playing God of War, and after watching like the Northman, all that sort of Norse stuff, I'm into. So yeah, I'll definitely check that one out. Scott, you heard of this one?
I haven't, unfortunately. No, this is the first time I've heard about it.
What about you, Mike? You heard of this one?
No, never heard of it, but sounds pretty interesting.
Yeah. Tim, how you got? Do you know what channel it's on or streaming services are on? If you tell us, I'll probably give it a go. What about you, Michael? You heard of this one?
I haven't, and I haven't really been delving into the anime side of things in years. The last full anime I watched from start to finish would be Dragon Ball Super. I watched all 131 episodes as it was airing weekly. So, before that was erased. And that was it. I haven't gone back into anime much lately. I keep up with the Dragon Ball Super manga. That's about it.
Yeah. I know there's like One Piece, and that's like got thousands of episodes.
It has the 1,000 episodes, but it's not the longest running anime. Pokemon has that beat by 200 episodes, and then there is an anime that's been running from what memory serves since the 70s, 60s or 70s, and it's still going to this day. So yeah.
Ah, fair enough. What about you, Alan? What do you think of this? Do you watch many anime or not?
No, I'm not a great fan of animation. I did like it when I was a kid because I used to watch all Spider-Man and the Bugs Bunny and the Donald Duck. I absolutely loved animation when I was a kid, but as I've got older, yeah, the interest just waned. So yeah, never heard of it. No intention of seeing it. So no, not for me.
Yeah, no
No.
worries, mate. We have Matt here from Vengeance Media. Are you guys hyped for the Evil Dead Rise? The trailer blew my mind. Think it's going to be the best horror of 2023. Does look very interesting, Matt. We'll look forward to watching it. Hopefully it will be. There's, again, a lot of good horror films coming out this year because you've got another Scream this year.
Yeah,
No doubt there's
I've
many...
seen that. I've seen the trailer for. I haven't seen any Scream film, but I've seen the trailer for Scream, the new Scream, and I've seen. So I know the premise, and it's a very interesting premise with having like a bunch of people dressed up as the main guy. So you'll never know who it actually is.
Yeah.
I think they recently put out like a schematic of the New York Underground, and apparently had a reference to someone on there that might be coming back. I'm not 100% sure, but that's just what I've seen.
I know there's a certain character that everybody wants back, and there's always a rumor. Whether it will happen, we don't know.
Yeah, I think that's the person that was listed on there. I'm blanking on the name.
Stu?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing that everybody wants back. Whether it will happen, we don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Only time will tell.
Plus, we've also got, I don't know whether that's coming out this year, but Maxine and Pearl is coming over here in the UK in 2023. So there's a lot to look forward to with horror this year. We've got Traction Star Goodell saying, did you guys watch Evil Dead Rise trailer? You weren't impressed. Oh, that's fair enough, mate. No worries there. But yeah, we all talked about that, and we're all kind of looking forward to it. Be intrigued to see what happens. We've got David Beach here saying, what movies are you looking forward to this year? I am thinking about doing a top 10 movies of the year I'm most looking forward to, if I can think of 10, but I'm pretty certain I can. Most notably for me, I'd say Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1, John Wick 4, and Mario Brothers for me. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, probably Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 as well, John Wick 4, Mario Brothers, and Creed 3.
Yeah, great picks there, mate. Mike?
Yeah, it's probably the same for me. Mission Impossible, John Wick, and Super Mario Brothers.
Great stuff. Michael?
Oppenheimer. I'm really looking forward to that. The cast is very, very stacked. I mean, even in the first teaser that they've done, Josh Peck from Drake Josh, he's in that. So it's going to be interesting to see that. And of course, like, I love Cillian Murphy as well. I've only seen one episode of Peaky Blinders, but I would know him from the brilliant Irish film, The Wind That Shakes the Barley, which covers the Irish war for independence, and then it leads into the Civil War. So he's fantastic in that. It's one of his first actorial debuts.
He's a very good actor, and then he seems to appear in a lot of Christopher Nolan films. I must admit, I saw the trailer for it. Looks really stylish, and that could be really good. I'm just not a big fan of Christopher Nolan. He's very hit and miss for me. So that's one I'm intrigued about.
The premise is very interesting, and I think from what I've heard, they're not using many CGI for a lot of it.
Apparently, they've done their own explosion. They actually really did a big explosion.
Yeah, that's what I heard, that they've done their own practical effects. So it'd be very interesting to see how that looks.
Right, I think that's coming out in the summer as well. So
June.
Another big title to look forward to. Alan, what about you? What titles are you looking forward to coming out this year?
Well, in regards to the big screen, nothing really springs to mind. But Blu-ray wise, there's a couple I'm looking forward to are going to be released in this year on Blu-ray. That is Fear is the Key, Alistair MacLean story. I've got the DVD of that, so they're releasing the Blu-ray in a couple of weeks' time. And the other one as well, Fear is the Key. And there's another one as well. I'm trying to think, another big movie. Twisted Nerve starring Hayley Mills. So they're going to be released in the early part of 2023, but they're going to be on Blu-ray. But apart from that, nothing on the big cinema. So yeah, nothing at the moment anyway.
That's fair enough, mate.
Yeah.
Rose says, I watched the menu in the cinema on Tuesday. Awesome. Hope you enjoyed it, mate. I bet it was great in there. Rogue says the menu is getting a physical release, but only in the US. Damn you, Disney! Seriously, why do you always do these things? Why can't we have nice things over here? But
I
that being
mean,
said, it's a Disney release, so it should be region free. But
more than likely, I
import
think it
fees.
will be region free. Otherwise, you can message AJ and he might put you in contact with where he gets his pirated Blu-rays.
Yeah, I'll probably check on eBay and see if I can get a American copy. But we may even get an announcement of a UK release because I think Banshees of Inisherin's just got announced for UK release.
Well, that's
coming
good.
out
I'll
end of the
definitely
month.
be picking that up when it
Yeah,
drops.
I'll probably will do as well. We got Rogue here saying, Pete, got your pig juice ready? No, that's back on the shelf in M&S. What was I went in M&S on Monday and they got hold of the bottles and they put it up to £3.50. I don't think so. Awful stuff. I had some Coke there, some spiced Coke. Yeah, you get spiced Coke. Now I'm on the water. We've got Danny saying the secret of my success, Michael J. Fox short print, apparently. I haven't actually seen that one. What's it getting a new release? Is it? You've seen that, Scott? Secret of My Success?
I have, really enjoyed it. Thought it was quite a fun film from early 90s, I believe it is.
Oh, that's cool. I haven't actually seen much Michael J. Fox bar Still Little and Back to the Future, so I probably need to watch a few more. Oh, and Teen Wolf. I liked him in that. That was pretty good.
That's good,
Yeah, and that one, the few episodes he was in the TV show Scrubs.
Yes, Scrubs. I do like that. What about you, Mike? What have you seen this film?
No, I've heard of it, but not seen it.
Yeah. Michael, have you seen this film?
Nope.
You seen it, Alan?
Seen it in the early 90s. I don't remember too much about it. It doesn't really stick in my memory, but I have seen it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's good. It's getting a new physical release. Maybe give that one a go. I know there's one that I do like called Doc Hollywood. That's been repeated on TV a few times, and it's a pretty good film. Comments have gone weird. There we go. We're back again. True Action Star of the Dale says, what films have you got pre-ordered or want to get? Currently, I haven't got anything on pre-ordered. Honestly, I think releases are a little bit slow. This month, we've got Black Adam and Halloween coming out, but I'm not too fussed about picking up either of them day one, so I'll wait until they go down in price. Next week, we have Decision to Leave. I think that's coming out on the movie label, and that's a Park Chan-wook film. I really enjoyed his work, so I may get that. But there's one at the end of the month, I think, and that's the Steelbook release of Young Sherlock Holmes, and that's the first time that's getting a Blu-ray release over here, so I really want to get that. But I think it's sold out everywhere, so that's a bit of a pain. What about you, Scott?
I haven't got any films on pre-order at the minute, but there is two older films that I want to try and look for on Blu-ray because I've heard they're meant to be really good, and that's Possession and Shortcuts.
Oh, really good.
Yeah, I really want to get those ones.
Oh, that'll be good. Hope you enjoy, mate. What about you, Mike? Anything pre-ordered or you want to get?
Yeah, I haven't got anything on pre-order at the moment, but there are a few movies that I'm interested in getting. There's one at the end of the month. I think Indicator are releasing it. It's a movie called The Big Gun Down with Lee Van Cleef. So I think it's like a spaghetti western. Yeah, that looks really good. There's a few movies that Eureka are releasing, like Hong Kong action movies with Michelle Yeoh. I think it's like Royal Warriors and In the Line of Duty. I've never seen them, but I'm quite interested in seeing them. And there's one more. I think you might have heard of it, Alan. It's a movie called The Whip and the Body with Christopher Lee.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
I think 88 Films are releasing like a special edition of it in March. So I'll probably put that up. Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, I've heard of that one. Christopher Lee. Yeah.
That's a cool one. Christopher Lee, I'm sold. Great actor. So I'm there.
Definitely. Yeah.
What was I going to say? Indicate still hasn't released that darn version of Dracula yet, haven't they? That's been rumoured for ages. It was going to happen. When's it coming? They just don't seem to know, do they?
Haven't even announced it, have they? Like no announcement.
I think they did announce it because I got like the art card with it.
Yeah, it got teased with the art card, didn't it? But I don't think they've actually officially announced it.
Oh, that's a shame. I'm really looking forward to that one. That'll be a day one pickup, but unfortunately, no announcement there.
Yeah.
What about you, Michael? Anything on pre-order or you want to get?
I don't pre-order physical media. Anything I get is always secondhand, so I just don't see the point in wasting money on pre-orders when literally the day it releases or the day after it releases, it appears in CEX for a hell of a lot cheaper.
Yeah, I can get that. Anything you're thinking about getting from CX soon, or you're not bothered at the moment?
Right now, because I'm essentially done with my modern Doctor Who set where I'm just missing Series 13 Flux. I'm starting to slowly build up my Star Trek collection. Like yesterday, I got a Nemesis on Blu-ray, so I'm now just missing Generations that I'll have all 13 on Blu-ray. And then I have all of the original series on DVD. I have seasons 1, 2, and 3 of Next Gen, 4, 5, and 7 of Deep Space Nine, and all of Enterprise, and only season 1 of Discovery. So, a good ways to go before I have a complete Star Trek set.
Oh wow! I know I've seen a couple of Star Trek TV series in my local CX in the window, and they're quite expensive on Blu-ray.
Yeah, no, I don't go for most of the TV shows on Blu-ray. I'd go for the DVDs because they'd be a hell of a lot cheaper.
Yeah. Currently, CX isn't in my greatest of books. I ordered a film from there, and they cancelled it, saying it's not in sellable condition, even though there's like about 6 or 7 shops that have got it in.
Yeah,
Very odd one.
Yeah, that can't happen. I mean, when I tried ordering Star Trek 4: The Voyage Home 4 times, 3 of the times it got cancelled.
Well, I'm waiting for a refund. I'll probably try it again next week. If not, I'll just bugger it and order it off eBay for an extra £5-6 I can't be bothered messing about with that.
No, I tend to not order from eBay much anymore because just in case I get hit with import fees.
Oh yes, because being in Ireland, you'd have the import fees and that.
Yeah, well, not most of the times. Like when AJ has sent me over stuff, I haven't had to pay import fees. But the last thing I ordered from eBay was Doctor Who Series 7 Part 2 on Blu-ray. I had to pay like €5-6 import fees on that. So I guess it depends on the size. I guess.
The biggest problem over here in the UK at the moment is just the postal strikes. I don't know whether there's any postal strikes now, but you're waiting ages. I know, Mike, you were waiting ages for some stuff, weren't you?
Yeah, that Grudge set took ages to arrive.
Yeah,
I think even AJ said in one of his videos he was waiting ages.
Yeah, I was actually waiting ages for one from a package from him. Luckily, I got it 2 days before Christmas, but also Danny from This Is My Life sent me a package and I never got it.
Oh, wow. I know I've had that with some stuff I've ordered online. Strange thing is, I think it was about 2 days before, no, it was the Wednesday before Christmas, and we never had no post till last Friday, so it was over a week we didn't get no posts where we live. Shocking stuff.
Yeah.
What about you, Alan? Have you got anything on pre-order or anything you want to buy?
Well, nothing on pre-order at the moment, but as I said before, those 2 movies, Fearless the Key and Twisted Nerve, I'm going to get them as soon as they come out because they're 2 great movies on Blu-ray. But apart from that, I had a good arrival today, actually. I got the, the original Amityville Horror from 1979. I got that on 4K. That just arrived today. So made up with that, the Vinegar Syndrome. Yeah, so I made up with that. And I've got that one with Malcolm McDowell in a movie called If from 1969. I don't know if any of you've seen that one.
I've heard of it, yeah.
Yeah, so that arrived as well. So I made up with them. But the Amityville Horror one, it's a fantastic set, yeah. So I really made up with that, yeah. The one with Margot Kidder in and James Brolin.
Oh, yeah. Very good. Very good.
Yeah, but
I know
sorry, go on.
No, you're okay.
But apart from those 2, at the moment, nothing really, as I say, I want to pre-order at the moment. So there you go, yeah.
Oh, good selection. I know you've been picking up like some Kino Lorber 4Ks, like the Dollars trilogy.
Oh yeah,
I've heard you've been very impressed with those transfers.
oh yeah, and Some Like Us Hot, like that
Oh,
one as well.
really? You get that
Yeah,
on 4K?
yeah,
Oh,
I
that'd be a
like
good
that one. Yeah, Some Like Us Hot. Yeah, Tony Curtis and Marilyn Monroe. It's a good one. That.
Wow. That was
Yeah,
a good film.
yeah, like that one. Yeah.
We have True Action Salvador's back again saying, what's your favourite physical media release of 2022? Not out of films itself, but for the packaging. I'd probably say, as I've said a few weeks, is Ghost Watch by 101 Films. I think it's a lovely set. You do get your booklet with it. You get replicants of the script, you get art cards, and obviously the TV film. All the Arrow stuff's really good. Like the Robin Hood one was nice. And Get Carter was great. Croupier 4K was really nice as well, and it was pretty cheap. What about you, Scott?
I quite like the Wolf of Wall Street Arrow set that come out. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
The Wolf of Wall Street one's really nice. It's got like a wallet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have been tempted by it, but it's just like, I bought that film for £1 from Poundland, and I don't really want to pay like 25, 30 quid for it. It's a little bit too expensive at the moment.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah. But don't you even get like a bit of cocaine in the wallet?
I can't remember. No, I haven't actually opened mine yet, to be fair. I've just seen
I think I remember watching an opening, and it's just like a picture of cocaine in the wallet, and I was like, wow, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh. At least they put a lot of detail in it, you could say.
Yeah, that is true.
What about you, Mike? What was one of your favourite releases last year?
I'd probably have to go with that the Dragons Forever 4K box set, the Jackie Chan movie. Yeah, I just think the artwork on it is just really, really nice, and yeah, just the overall box set's just awesome. It's one of my favourites.
I've seen that in H&B a couple of times, and I've been like, oh, that is some lovely artwork. And it's a really nice set. I saw your unboxing for it. And I do like Jackie Chan films, but I haven't seen many of them, so I might have to keep out for that one. Do they do a standard release after that sold out?
Yeah, I would think so, yeah. Yeah, they should do.
Because I think in H&B it's currently about 35 quid, I think. Might be, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, they did release it on Blu-ray beforehand, like 2 or 3 years ago, and I'm pretty sure you can get that version if you're not bothered about the 4K one, and it'll probably be a lot cheaper.
Oh, I'll have to check online. Thanks for the tip.
Yeah.
What about you, Michael? What was one of your favourite releases of last year?
Well, like I said, I don't really collect anything new as it comes out, but one that definitely surprised me, because I never thought they'd do it, and that was the BBC actually released the second series of Doctor Who from back in the 60s on Blu-ray, which is surprising because it's with the 60s Doctor Who, there's still like quite a few episodes missing, but with series 2 it was the most complete season, where I think it was just the Crusade that was missing episodes. So what they ended up doing was they just done Telesnap recreations, but still to see a 60s Doctor Who season on Blu-ray when they've been doing the other Doctors seasons is amazing, and I hope that we get the others on other 60s seasons on Blu-ray very soon. I think the current rumor now is that for the 60th they're going to be doing more animations for missing episodes, but that hasn't been 100% confirmed, so I'm not holding my breath.
What about you, Alan? What was one of your favourite releases of last year?
Well, I tell you, one of my favourite releases of last year was the Count Yorga double movie. Yeah, I love that one. Yeah, as I said before, Some Like Us Hot, the dollar movies, the Grudge collection, like that one. Yeah, they're my favourites. Yeah,
very nice. I was gonna get that Count Yorga set, but like for 35 quid, I thought it was a little bit too much. So I was waiting for a sale, but I've noticed they seem to sold out everywhere. Must have been a very popular release.
Yeah, they're two good movies. Yeah, he's like Dracula. You know, I think he would have made a good Dracula. Him, like, you know, if he'd have gone on to make more vampire movies. But yeah, I love that Count Yorga set.
You can pick up like a normal edition of just the 2 films that came out a few years ago, so I may have to get that one.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get rid of that. Still got it there. I can't get rid of it. Yeah,
wow.
but I love Count Yorga. Yeah, I always remember my mum and dad in the early 70s going to see it on the pictures and saying, "Oh, you want to see this new guy?" He's like,
Is it Robert Quarry? Is it who
yeah,
he is?
Robert Quarry. Yeah. He said he's awesome. He's like Christopher Lee. You know, you think it was Christopher Lee when you saw him, yeah. But I think that's a fantastic addition. That and loads of extras as well. You know,
They did come across very like Hammer horror-esque whilst looking at the trailers.
Yeah,
So,
with a modern setting. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely be sold on them.
Yeah, I tell you, Pete, there's one set I would really like to get, the Wishmaster collection on Blu-ray. I think it's about 40 quid though. Yeah,
wow.
the Wishmaster. Yeah, it's on Vestron Video. So yeah, I have to try and save up and get that.
Oh, hopefully you
I
can
quite
get
like
that. I
to
look
get
forward
that,
to
to be
seeing
fair.
your review.
Yeah, the Wishmaster. Yeah.
We have Joe Darkin here saying, good to see Alan on the stream. He's an absolute legend. I absolutely agree.
Thank you very much. I do my best.
Yeah. You're one of the nicest guys on YouTube, and always a pleasure to watch your streams.
I try to be. Just be myself, natural, you know. Yeah. When I first started, like, I was absolute nervous wreck, you know, working without a script as well, and that, you know, you've got to sort of like, I found the more I've been doing it, the more I've got better at it. But when I first started, like that, you know. Yeah.
Same here. Doing the first stream, I was like a deer in headlights. I was just like, what do I say?
Yeah.
Well, I have the advantage of being on YouTube for 11 years, so I don't get that nervous, except for when I was invited onto AJ's stream for the first time. That was when I was nervous. And then when I was doing my very first live stream, I was very nervous on that because I wasn't sure if I was going to get any comments, and it done well.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. We have Edward here saying, what's your thoughts on bed knobs and broomsticks? I haven't seen that since I was at school, Edward. Wasn't Angela Lansbury in that one? I'm pretty certain she was.
So.
Yeah. It's a pretty good film. I haven't seen it in years, so I can't really remember too much about it. I can remember the front cover of it. You got like some lions, animated lions, and like a bed on the front of the cover. But it's been a while, mate.
That's what sticks in your mind. That's what sticks in your mind. The bed. You know, when you think about the movie, think about the bed right away. You know.
That's true. I think it's like a musical or something, but again, it's been a long while.
They sit bobbing along. They sing. That's a song they sing in it. Bobbing along. Yeah.
I think I have heard of that song. Yeah, that's ringing a bell in my head. So Scott, have you seen Bed Knobs and Broomsticks?
I haven't, no, but I've definitely heard of it for quite a while, so I'll have to check it out at some point.
Mike?
Honestly, it's probably been a very long time since I've seen it. It's possible I might not have even seen it, but if I have, I can not remember a single thing about it.
Yeah. Michael, you seen it?
I have absolutely no idea. Like, I don't remember a lot of my childhood. Hell, even recently, I've been looking back at like a whole movie that my mother recorded, and I'm looking at physical proof of memories, and I'm just like, I don't remember half of this whatsoever. And I'm physically seeing it, no memory.
That's fair enough. It's weird. Something can have such a lasting impression. I can remember something so specific from about 20 odd years ago. It's strange. I can remember like the millennium, and I was only like 4 years old. It's just random how I can remember certain things perfectly, but I can't remember what I had yesterday for dinner. Like,
I mean, as well, like one of the things that I remember vividly, which is actually on that video, is Christmas of 2000 or 2001, and I remember being really excited because I'd just gone into Power Rangers at that time, and my mother bought me the Lightspeed Rescue Megazord. And as I was watching back the footage, like, oh wow, yeah, I remember this. If I was there right now, I'd go straight for the Megazord. Of course, younger me went straight for the Megazord. Fuck everything else. I got a Power Ranger Megazord.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. For me, I think around that era, 2000, early 2000s, was Thunderbird's Tracy Island. That was
I actually had that as well. I got that Christmas, the same Christmas I got the Megazord. I had Tracy Island twice, Don't know where the fuck it's gone.
I think I've still got mine if I remember. I can't honestly remember. I know they were rare as gold dust, and Blue Peter was just like, you can't get your kids one. Here's one we made earlier.
Yeah, like even now they're stupidly expensive to buy on eBay. I've tried looking into it because I love Thunderbirds growing up. My favorite was Thunderbird 2.
Yes, it was that Captain Scarlet and Stingray.
I can't remember. I do remember the live action movie though. I remember enjoying that as a kid and getting all 5 Thunderbirds from Burger King when it came out.
But obvious, I can remember that.
Yeah.
Oh man. What about you, Alan? Bedknobs and broomsticks. It's been a while.
As I said before, that I only remember the bed and the singing the song, bobbing along on the bottom of the sea, the beautiful briny sea. That's all I remember about Bedknobs and broomsticks. And Angela Lansbury, who went on to Murder She Wrote, didn't she?
Yeah. That's how I know her. And
do you know
Murder She Wrote.
Do you know that series, Murder She Wrote? That's supposed to have the biggest plot hole in history, and you know why?
Really?
Yeah, because everywhere she goes, somebody gets bumped off. She only lives in this little town, this coastal town, and you get so many murders and that, you know. And whenever she goes to the Wales, somebody ends up getting killed, you know. So he said how ridiculous the plot hole is in that, you know. Just as if everywhere she went, and she had no training at all to be a detective. She was just like an author. So even though it was popular, a lot of people liked it. That is the number one fault, you know. That's the number one plot hole in that. Yeah,
that's true. When you think about it, it's a bit like the TV series Midsummer Murders. It must have gone through the population of that place 2 or 3 times the amount of people they've offed.
I know. Yeah, exactly.
I remember growing up watching Murder She Wrote, and then I also remember watching Monk and Columbo as well. Probably my favorite was Diagnosis Murder.
Dick Van Dyke. Yeah,
Dick Van Dyke and his son.
Yeah.
And you also had the guy from Scott Baio from the musical Bugsy Malone. He was also in it as well.
Yeah. Anybody remember the Bionic Woman, Lindsay Wagner?
It rings a bell, but I don't think
I've seen it years ago. But I also remember the remake they did a few years ago as well with I think it was Michelle Ryan. She was in Doctor Who.
Yeah, and Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man. Liam Ages.
$6 Million Man. Yes, I've seen a few episodes of that.
I've heard of the $6 Million Man, and then like one of the YouTube channels that I'm subscribed to is called The Game Chasers. They do 2 shows where they hunt for retro video games, and then they also do another series called The Toy Chasers. And in the most recent Toy Chasers episode, the cameraman Melvor actually got signatures from both the actor who plays the $6 Million Man and Mr. Feeney / the voice of Kit.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Very good.
Wow. That's awesome, mate. We have the DVD from Film Bloke here saying, "Hi everyone, I'm using a new laptop. It's going to take me a bit of time to get used to, but I'll wait for it to set in." Hey mate, hope you're doing well. I did see you get a new laptop. I hope it all goes well for you and it all works good.
I need a new laptop at this rate. Editing videos on it takes up so much of my CPU. Like,
same here. I think
it's why I just edit on my phone now. It's just
I really should, but I don't know what app to use.
CapCut is really, really good for editing.
CapCut.
I'll make sure to send you remind you on after stream. Because it's really, really good. I practically now use it for everything.
Oh, thanks. I'll use that one. Next up, we have Edward saying, "What's your favourite Jeremy Renner movie?" Oh, yeah, poor Jeremy Renner. He's been in an accident this week, hasn't he?
He woke up. He woke up yesterday and he did post on his Instagram. I'm pretty sure got posted on his other socials as well. But yeah, he's in stable condition from what I can remember.
Well, wish him a speedy recovery. He's a great guy. One of my favourite films with him is one I watched recently called The Town. Oh, he's an evil bugger in that one, he is. Oh, I like that film. That's a Ben Affleck film, I think. And obviously Hawkeye as well. He's great as Hawkeye. Very underrated, I think. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, I'd probably say I really like him as Hawkeye, obviously in the Avengers films and that. My favourite movie of his is probably a film called Wind River, which came out a few years ago. Thought that was a really good thriller.
I think I can remember that one. Is that one set in like a snow place, is it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yes. I can remember the front cover of it. He's wearing like a hat on, isn't he, on the front cover?
Yeah. But I'm probably gonna head off now if that's okay, Pete.
No worries, mate. Thanks for joining, Scott.
Thank you for having me on. Always a pleasure talking to you guys.
Yeah. Don't forget to subscribe to Scott. He's such a nice guy, and he's also got a stream on Friday night. I nearly said Thursday night, but that's Alan. So Friday night, 8 o'clock, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed, yeah.
Lovely to meet you.
Thank you, Michael. Nice to meet you too, and Alan, good to speak to you at last as well.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah, nice speaking to you. Yeah. Cheers, Scott.
No worries, Alan. And yeah, thank you, Pete, for that. Appreciate it.
No worries, mate. Take care. Thanks again for joining.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
And then there were 4.
And then there was 4. Mike, what about you, the Jeremy Renner films?
Yeah, he's not one of my favorite actors, but I'd probably have to say just the 2 Mission Impossible movies he was in. I think he was in 4 and 5.
Oh yeah, he was. Yep, I forgot he was in them.
Yeah, I'd probably just have to say those 2. But I do like The Town as well. That's a pretty good movie.
What about you, Michael? Favorite Jeremy Renner film?
I've only really ever seen him in the Avengers films, and of course his TV series. But one thing I discovered through TikTok is the guy can sing. Like, he has a music career, and he's pretty good at it. From the few songs that I've listened to, really, really good.
I think I can remember reading something that he can sing. So
he has his own band, and I think they toured for a little bit.
Oh,
I'd highly recommend it. It's don't know what genre I would correctly label it as. Kind of rockish country type of thing, but more on the rock side.
That's fair enough. What about you, Alan? Have you heard of Jeremy Renner?
No, never. No.
No worries, mate. Got Rogue saying I booked tickets to see The Fabelmans at the end of the week. That's the new Steven Spielberg film. Very positive buzz about that one, so I hope you look forward to it, mate. Probably watch it when it hits streaming. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think when you mentioned before what movies are coming out this month, I think that was the other one I was thinking of. I think comes out 27th.
End of the month, I think. Yeah.
Oh, actually, the end of the week it says there. Oh yeah, so yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'd like to go and see that. Yeah, because it's Spielberg, isn't it? So yeah, I've heard it's pretty good.
It's got a good cast in it as well. It's got Paul Dano in it. I think is it Michelle Williams in it? I can't remember her name now. Yeah. You going to see it, Michael? Fabelmans?
Nope. I haven't really heard of it, so I'll probably give it a skip for the moment.
No worries. And Alan, have you heard of The Fabelmans?
Disso. No.
Oh, he meant end of the month, he did. So it is out end of the month. We have Chirash started out saying, what's your favourite Star Wars film? So do you want to go first, Mike?
Empire Strikes Back for me.
Yeah, I'll probably agree with you there. Or I'll give a shout out to Rogue One or Revenge of the Sith. They're probably 3 of my favourites.
Yeah.
What about you, Alan?
Not a fan. Just can't get into them. No, not a fan at all. No.
No worries, mate. I know Nigel, who comes on the stream a lot. I think he's on next. Yeah, he is on next week. He's not a biggest fan of Star Wars or sci-fi in general either. And what about you, Michael?
I'm not as much of a fan of Star Wars anymore. I'd say my favorite's either Revenge of the Sith or A New Hope. But seeing that comment brought back the fact that my most controversial Star Wars opinion, which is going to piss a lot of people off, is I hate Empire Strikes Back. I think it's boring and shit. I watched it twice. I got bored twice. Never again. But I kind of have, when I mentioned that, AJ was saying that I should do a video on that, and I've decided when I hit 200 subscribers, I'll do it then. So it's going to be an interesting one, but I tend to stay away from Star Wars now because of the toxic Star Wars fans. Like the last Star Wars thing I watched, sat down and actually watched was the Kenobi series, which I thoroughly enjoyed.
Yeah, it's fair play, mate. It's your opinion, and it's good. Everybody has different opinions, so it's good to hear that somebody isn't a big fan of Empire Strikes Back. So that's fair play to you. I look forward to watching that video when you hit 200 subs. That'd be really interesting.
I'm one of the rare breeds that doesn't like it.
Yeah, but it's like me. I'm not a big fan of Last Jedi, but I know a lot of people who are big fans of that. Fair play to them.
Yeah, I haven't watched Last Jedi in full. I've only seen half of it. But yeah, no, even on TikTok, if you say you like The Last Jedi, you get rinsed. Like, as I said, with one of the common comments that I seen was if you say you like Last Jedi, it's like you're saying you like Hitler. Is one of the toxic comments I've seen. And then another one.
There's a lot of toxic fandom,
Yeah.
not just in Doctor Who. It seems to be everywhere.
Yeah, but like, and then another guy commented on a woman's page that likes The Last Jedi, saying that she deserves a slap.
This is the problem with internet. There's a lot of this sort of stuff, and it's not acceptable. We all like what we like. I mean, if you like a film that's thought to be rubbish, fair play to you. Glad you got some entertainment out of it. May not have been to do with like what we like, but if you like it, good on you. I like Speed too. A lot of people say it's an absolute pile of crap, but I like it, so it doesn't really matter. As long as you find enjoyment in something, that's the main thing. There's no right or wrong answers at the end of the day. Ian's here. Hi everyone, hope you're all well. Have a great new year. Hey Ian, hope you're doing well, my friend. And I hope you have a good new year too. DVD Even Filmbook says, over the past week I saw Vigilante, which was a cliche film done in the Death Wish mold, but it was good for what it was. Oh, Death Wish, you've sold me there. I do love Death Wish, so I'll have to check that one out.
Very similar to Death Wish, yeah. Very similar. Very good movie though. Very good. Yeah.
Oh, keep an eye out for that one. Danny says, hey Ian. Rogue says the Whale is out in early February. All right.
Yeah,
I know, like, here
that's another one that I kind of want to see, just because it's Brendan Fraser's big return to the movie screen.
There's a Martin Scorsese film coming out later this year, and I'm pretty certain he's in it as well, Brendan Fraser.
I think it's rumored he's in that as well.
Yeah, so that'd be quite good. But yeah, I know, like, all this year, like, all the stuff coming out in America in December is coming out all different times over here. We seem to be getting shafted a lot.
I mean, it brings me back to the good old days where America used to get all the games first, and then we'd get it months later. Like,
or even years.
Say Pokemon, for example. Pokemon Diamond came out in 2006 in Japan. It came out in early 2007, and in the US, and then we got it late November of 2007.
Oh yeah.
So,
did you get Pokemon Scarlet Violet?
I beat it in a week.
Oh man, I've got my copy still sitting there sealed.
I am bored with it right now because I've done everything and it's way too easy to get shiny. So,
did you have many glitches?
I did encounter a small few glitches and a small few game crashes along the way, but I loved it. I loved the story, and I haven't said that for a Pokemon game in a long time.
For me, it's Legends Arceus. I think that's an incredible game.
It is an incredible game. Also easy to get shiny Pokemon. I mean, I replayed it and done a shiny only playthrough, and within like the first 5 minutes, I found a shiny.
Yeah.
Full on. So
yeah, but I don't really do the shiny stuff. I haven't really got a clue with that.
No, I think Scarlet and Violet has probably the best Pokemon story since Black and White.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear, because there's quite a good story in that one.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Stacey here saying hi everyone. Hey Stacey, hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining. Rogue says, I want to see Tarbo. It's not shown in my local audience, so I may just import the US 4K. If I remember correctly, that's the Kate Blanchett one where she's plays like a musician, doesn't she? I think Andy got the 4K of that one delivered today, so hope you enjoy it, mate. We have Danny again saying, how's the Doctor Who box set? Have you watched it all, Ian? Ian.
Yeah, I think that's related to the Series 2 Blu-ray that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I think I did watch a video, he picked it up, I think.
Yeah, he got it, and I keep saying, through meeting all these people on YouTube, I finally found someone who can rival my love for the show, and that's Ian. He obviously loves the show way more than I do, and I never thought I'd find someone who could outmatch me for my love for the show, and he's done it tenfold.
Oh, yeah. Ian is a very passionate reviewer of all things Doctor Who. Really nice seeing him on the stream. We've got Rock and Roll Hal here saying, evening all. How did we all like that Evil Dead Rise trailer? My word, what a feast. Certainly looks interesting. It looks like it's playing off a lot of the sort of stuff you see with all the other Evil Dead films. But it'd be interesting to see how they move it to a high-rise building and whether it will affect like the whole of the high-rise building, not just that flat. Could be some fun to be had there. DVD from Film says, I also saw Catch Me If You Can and Dolores Claiborne, which were both brilliant. I do want to watch this Dolores Claiborne. This is the Kathy Bates one, isn't it? This is on the premium Stephen King film. I haven't seen it, but heard good things. What do you think of it, Mike?
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen it. I remember it being pretty good, but I've been meaning to pick up that premium version of it.
Oh, awesome. And have you seen it, Alan?
Many years ago. Yeah, it was okay. Yeah. It's okay. Yeah, I like Kathy Bates though. I loved it in Misery. Yeah, fantastic.
Still need to watch Misery.
Oh
well,
yeah,
I watched it for the other week.
It's on the backlog. I need to pick it up on physical media, but it's on the backlog. I think it's on Netflix at the moment.
Yeah,
I think it is. Yeah.
Good movie that, and the novel as well. The novel was even more brutal than the movie.
Yes, it is. Because the
leg wide
scene they had to change, didn't they, for the film?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
not the first time that's happened.
I know. Yeah, it's like The Exorcist. Even the book was even worse than the movie. You generally find that, don't you, with the novels? The more graphic and more detailed than the actual movie. Yeah.
But Kathy Bates and James Caan in that film. Working off each other incredibly.
It was a great movie, yeah. I love Misery.
Keep you on the edge of your seats, that film did.
Definitely, yeah. On the edge of your wheelchair as well. Was in the wheelchair, wasn't he? Yeah. And the part where she noticed the ornaments had been moved out of place. She had a key and eye, didn't she, for detail? The least little thing that was moved. You've been out of your chair. Yeah. Definitely.
Cool. Let's just say, after watching that, I was a bit about a hammer.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. We've got Danny here saying Catch Me If You Can was truly amazing and how the ending was Leonardo DiCaprio's finest. Yeah, I think this is one of his better films. Good film. That is early 2000s, about 2003 or 4, I think.
Yeah, definitely early 2000s. I haven't seen many DiCaprio films, but I think one that's definitely on I'm keeping an eye out for is What's Eating Gilbert Grape, I believe.
Is that the one with Johnny Depp in?
Yes, I've seen clips of it on TikTok. I was like, oh, that seems interesting. Then once I finally got the name, I'm like, okay, I need to keep an eye out for that. But when I went to go buy it from my local CEX, it was out of stock. So I need to keep an eye out for that.
Hopefully you can get it. We have DVD from Filmblock. There's also I struck a really good deal on Amazon. I've got the Herschel Gordon Lewis collection, £21 for 14 films. The normal price is around £40. Great to hear it, mate.
That's a good bargain.
Yeah.
I've got it should be coming tomorrow. Miller the Stone Woman. I've got that on back order, and that should be arriving tomorrow. It's like about £35. I got it for 12.
That's not bad.
So that's pretty good. So hopefully I'll get that. We've got True Action Star Vidal saying, do you think the future is streaming as most popular films are mostly on there? The industry wants you to think that the future is streaming, but if you keep buying films, I don't think so. I personally think it's going to be a environment with both of them, because you're getting all these big lavish special editions, like 50, 60 quid, if not £100 for like some 4K ones, and people buy them. So there's a market there, and they're still going to do it. Probably may not get so many films come out on physical, but there'll still be them about.
Yeah.
But I do believe that the streaming service will implode into itself because there's so many of them.
Yeah, I agree. I believe we could potentially see a streaming service version of the video game Crash of '83, where there's just so much of it out there that no one's going to be paying for it, and then it'll crash underneath its own weight, like Atari did in Coleco and television back in the day.
It's just the big fact with the video game Crash was the quality of the games were awful.
Oh yeah.
Yes, that's why somewhere in the American desert there's loads of ETs being buried.
Yeah, I actually watched that documentary. That was actually just a rumor. What it initially was just Atari burying all the excess stock that they had of controllers and games and that. But no, at the time, Atari definitely put out like a lot of shit games, like Pac-Man, for example. When they finally got the license to do that, it was what we got was that initially the prototype, but it was the execs. I was like, no, let's not wait for them to redefine it. Let's just push it out now so we can get the money in.
Cash in on it, yeah. What do you think of this? Do you think future streaming, Mike?
Yeah, I kind of agree with you guys. I think it'll eventually implode on itself. I mean, I certainly hope it does, because I'm sure I speak for all of us in that we prefer physical media. I can only hope that it will sort of implode on itself. But yeah, who knows?
Yeah. And what about you, Alan?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Fingers crossed it does implode on itself, because physical media, number one, like you guys, yeah. So I do watch the odd streaming movie now and again, but I'm more for me physical media, So yeah,
I agree there.
Like, it's the only way I can watch Doctor Who now, because I don't have stations. I know it's on BBC iPlayer, but I have to literally be in the UK to actually get access to that. That's why I was pissed off when Ireland got excluded from the Disney Plus deal with Doctor Who. So I either have to buy stations again or pirate it, essentially. Those are my only two options.
Yeah.
DVD
from Film Bloke says the only film from the set I've seen is Blood Feast, and based on how fun that film was, I can't wait to see the rest. I'll be screening them on Discord when the time comes. Oh, I look forward to watching that. Hopefully I can make it, mate. Ian says, Danny, the second season Doctor Who box set is brilliant. It's still excited by it. Means so much to me.
Yeah, as I was saying.
The only thing I have against some Doctor Who box sets are they feel very cheaply made for as extravagant they look. A lot of the plastic where the discs are hold, they seem to break out. Yeah,
that's the first release of it. Then they re-released it like a year later, I believe.
They released them later in like standard Amaray cases, and I prefer them.
Which is what I would more so prefer.
We have Danny saying Creed 3 will be different. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it goes. It'll be the first one without Rocky, and I hope it does well. We've got Danny saying I'll be picking up that. Ian, isn't the first Doctor Who not seen in HMV yet? Oh.
I know it's on Amazon because that's where I've seen it, but it should be showing up in HMV soon. I wouldn't know. Ireland got rid of HMV years ago, so if I want to get it, I'd either have to be eBay or Amazon.
Yeah. We have Direction Salvador saying, thoughts on the moaning and groaning bandwagon. Everyone hates Marvel, Avatar. What do you guys think of it? Thoughts on the hate? Like films like Avatar? It's always fun to make.
Won't be a minute, please.
No worries, Alan. Yeah, I think it's just a thing with online these days. A lot of people do like to join something that just needs to nick out of something, but nah. You have a joke about it, but as long as you're not nasty about it, it's the main thing. But that being said, I bought an Avatar book today, so I moan about it, but I've got an Avatar book today, and I will see the new film when it hits streaming or physical. What do you think of the hate moaning and groaning bandwagon, Mike?
I don't know. I guess we're kind of in an age where it's kind of almost fashionable to kind of moan and
Be in
groan
the
about
cool
them.
crowd, so to speak.
Yeah, like say for instance with Avatar, I know a lot of people are kind of moaning about that film, and people say the story is really unoriginal and things like that. But you could say the same for lots of other movies. You could probably say it for something like, I don't know, Top Gun Maverick. You could say the story
Yeah.
for that isn't really anything special, but that movie gets a lot of love in comparison to Avatar. But yeah, they basically have, you know, fairly standard plots. So I guess it just depends on the movies. People just seem to moan and groan about certain ones instead of other ones.
Yeah, it just seems to be like a trend. There'll be one film that gets it, and then there'll be another film. What do you think of it, Michael?
Well, I've always made it clear that I hate Avatar because, like, I watched half of the first one and I just gave up because I just hated it. Never went back to it. Don't plan to. So I obviously don't care for the sequels or what have you. As for the Marvel hate, see, I'm only new to the whole MCU thing. Like, I watched all the movies out of order. There's still a bunch that I haven't seen. And then when I was trying to keep up with the new stuff that was being released, I just got burnt out. And now I'm only just cherry picking what interests me to just so I can keep up with the story. And worst case scenario, I'll just look at reviews, or 'cause eventually I'll come across the leaks from the movie because I'll normally wait for a lot of it to go on streaming. Like, I know Black Panther is only just coming to streaming on the 1st of February, so that's when I'll get around to watching it. But I've already been spoiled on one or two things from it already. But yeah, I don't get the hate for it necessarily because, you know, as much like I know a lot of people don't really like Phase 4 because it didn't really amount to anything. But what people fail to realize is it's essentially Phase 1 again. You know, where we have to introduce all these new characters and slowly build it up again to get to where it is, because we are in the multiverse saga now. So there's still a lot of great content yet to come, and great content that's yet to be announced.
Hopefully, Wave 5, Phase 5 will be much more better, be a bit more better structured. I think Disney's got the gist from it now with all the complaints.
Yeah, because I know so far this year we've got Ant-Man, we've got Guardians, which Dave Bautista did say that he's this will be his last role as Drax. And then we have Miss Marvel later on this year, and then of course the TV shows Loki season 2, which I'm looking forward to, and What If season 2, and then I don't know what other TV shows we're to be expecting, but yeah, I just say give Marvel time to fully build up this new saga.
Yeah. Next up, we have Jamie Powell here saying, "Good evening all. Love the new Evil Dead Rise trailer. Both of them, the red band and the non-red band. Should be fun. Anyone interested in seeing it?" I did watch your trailer reaction for it, Jamie, just before going live. But yeah, I think we're all looking forward to it in some form. It'd be interesting to see what happens. Looking forward to seeing your review of it, Jamie. I did see your challenge that you gave Jamie not to swear in his videos. That was a good one, Alan.
The boy did well, didn't he? The boy did well.
Oh, he did really well.
Yeah, it was just a bit of fun. Yeah, just a bit of fun. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was a fun.
He earned his blue pizza badge, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah. Well, did you get it? Blue pizza. Pizza. Blue. Yeah. I didn't realise that just came out. That I just said blue pizza badge. Oh yeah, blue language, blue pizza. Yeah. Yeah, he did well. Good. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wow. I'll forgive him for the Terry Thomas voice. I'll forgive him for that. He done a Terry Thomas voice, you know, like rather than not swear,
yes.
he thought he'd do a Terry Thomas voice, you know. So he was good impersonation as well. Yeah, did you
Yes,
see it? Yeah, you saw it, didn't you?
Yeah, he spoke in a really posh accent throughout the whole video.
Yeah.
Oh, Jamie's also such a great laugh. Thanks for joining, mate.
Yeah.
We've got Tim here saying, don't really care much for the Rocky and Creed franchises. The first Creed film was a well-directed movie, but I didn't like it enough to give a shit about the sequels. Yeah, that's fair enough, mate. I can get that. Danny says, true action, I don't think Avatar is that bad. It's 10 years too late, but in 3D as well. Yeah, that is the thing. I mean, it's getting hate, but it's doing very well in the box office. It's at 1.4 billion.
About 1.4,
I'll hold my hands up.
billion.
I didn't thought it would do that well at the box office, but it looks like it's
I did. I knew it would.
It's going to hit that 2 billion, obviously, especially with physical sales, and we're going to get those new sequels. So fair play to them.
I think this year, or it's either this year or next year, we're getting one. But I knew it would do well. I honestly did know it was going to do well, regardless of whether I went to go see it or not, because there are fans out there that have been waiting for this for ages. And I mean, I think internationally is where it will get the big bulk of it.
I should imagine that's done very well in China because they
I was just about to say that, that's what got the first one reclaimed as the highest earning film. But as my thoughts on James Cameron as by himself, he's definitely an arrogant prick, but he's earned the right to be an arrogant prick.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's got a little bit too big-headed, shall we say, especially with these Avatar films.
It's been like that for ages.
I'd love to see him do something different, but it's going to be Avatar from here on out for the rest of the decade. So I just hope the story he tells, that he wants to tell, is a very good one. And I kind of hope Avatar 3 isn't 9 hours long. Way too long. Ian says, yes, Danny, it's the first Doctor, the most complete black and white classic Doctor Who, just 2 missing episodes of the Crusade story.
Yeah.
Awesome. Danny says it's a shame they couldn't do more with Fantastic Beasts. I found them to be slow. Yeah, I agree with you. The first Fantastic Beast was great, but the other 2 were so boring. I mean,
I liked the first 2. I didn't mind the third one as much, but it just amounted to nothing in the end. And I would have rather have seen Johnny Depp continue on as Grindelwald, but obviously that couldn't happen.
Yeah. Have you seen Fantastic Beasts, Mike?
I've only seen a bit of the first one, and honestly, I struggled to get through it. That I gave up in the end. So yeah, I've only seen the first half of it.
No worries. And Alan, have you seen Fantastic Beasts?
It's not my cup of tea piece. No
worries.
Have you heard the rumors that they're going to be remaking the actual original Harry Potter films?
I've heard they want to do something with the Harry Potter films, but just leave them.
No, the current rumor is that Warner Brothers might be remaking the movies, and I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest.
No.
They don't need to be remade. They're so well loved and so well repeated. They still feel fresh now, so just leave them.
Yeah, I mean, I rewatched it for the first time in 5-6 years last year, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed them all except for Prisoner of Azkaban. I think I grew to hate that a lot more on my rewatch, but that's just because of the way it was shot and edited that pissed me off.
Yeah, I can get that. That's probably my favourite of the trilogy. The first 2 of Chris Columbus films, they definitely feel like it. And you can tell with the Prisoner of Azkaban, that takes such a twist. It does.
Yeah, it's a huge tone,
really family stuff to quite dark.
Yeah. No, I definitely think Half-Blood and Order of the Phoenix would be my favourite of the Harry Potter series.
Now, I'm opposite. Half-Blood is probably my least favourite, but see, wonders of opinions, isn't it?
Yeah.
True Action Star of the Dow says, favourite Blu-ray 4K studio label? What's that mean? Just what different companies that come out?
Yeah, I think they're the companies that produce the Blu-rays.
Yeah.
Oh, well, like stuff like Arrow and that.
Mm.
I'd say Arrow. Most recently, I've been getting into Studio Canal. I think they make some fantastic releases. Some 4Ks look really nice on that. So I'd say them too. Mike?
I'd probably go with Sony. I think, like, in terms of 4K transfers, I think Sony are just, I mean, they're probably arguably like the best sort of technology company out there. And yeah, I've been really impressed with most of the movies they've done on 4K.
Yeah, they are very industry leaders. I know the Blu-rays look incredible, so
Yeah,
I can imagine 4Ks will. Alan?
Well, I like Arrow 4Ks and I like Kino Lorber 4Ks. Yeah, you do a great job with the transfers. Yeah.
Top picks there. And Michael, you got a favourite Blu-ray label company?
I honestly am going to say Lionsgate because the most recent Hunger Games steelbooks that they put out, from what I've seen, they look absolutely amazing, and that's coming from like a big Hunger Games fan. So it's one that I won't get anytime soon, but it definitely does look really, really good.
Yeah, I think I've seen the 4K steelbooks for them popping up online, and they
Yeah.
do look really nice.
Yeah, did you
Just
know
a
actually
shame.
Lionsgate has their own streaming service?
Yes, Lionsgate Plus.
Yeah, I only found that out recently. I had
Everywhere
a
seems
look.
to.
They don't have too many good stuff.
We've got Danny saying, is there not a release for the missing episodes in Are You Into Dad's Army? I know they released the missing episodes for Dad's Army a few years ago. Or they remade them, didn't they? That was
Yeah, no, The Crusade is definitely missing 2 episodes. They haven't gotten around to reanimating that yet because BBC America pulled funding from that. But no, that, as I said, they done telesnaps for it.
Yeah. Danny says, Michael, Catch Me If You Can is a legendary movie. It'll keep you on the edge of your seats. It's weird seeing Tom Hanks not as a lead actor.
Yeah.
Danny says, I could answer that on a TV show. Oh, wow. He continues to say, The Simpsons were at the best from season 10, but unfortunately it went a bit downhill. Yeah. Simpsons now is just not good at all.
Yeah, no, I can't even stand Marge's voice now. It's definitely changed a hell of a lot. I mean, like, of course, I mean, you try to do the same voice for 30 years, see where that gets you, but it's still more graining on the ears. Like, I'm autistic, so that really affects my ear, my hearing that.
Yes. For me, I think they're just lost their way now. And now with Disney owning them, they like to do these terrible 5-minute crossovers, which are blatant product placements. They've lost what made the series feel special. What do you think, Mike? Because I know you're a fan of the old Simpsons, aren't you?
Yeah, I love the old school Simpsons, and I think Danny's probably right there. I think from season 10 is probably where I stopped watching it, and it definitely goes downhill after that.
Yeah, I agree. I watched one of the recent series because they put them on Disney Plus. I was just like, wow, this is crap. It's just like nowhere near as good as the original.
It's like Family Guy. It's gone downhill.
I can't stand Family Guy. I was never a fan of that one.
Oh no, I liked early Family Guy, but it's definitely the new showrunners that don't fully understand. Like, they've definitely flanderized a lot of it, and it's not as good as it was. Like with most adult anime cartoons, the only one that still holds up from start to finish, except for maybe season 20, would be South Park.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's still funny. Alan, have you seen any Simpsons?
I've only seen bits of them, piece. Yeah, I don't really watch it. Yeah, just the odd episode. Yeah.
We have Cinema Chaos here saying, evening all, evening mate. If you had to pick, what would be your favourite decade for movies? I would say 80s for me. Most creative, so many iconic movies. So, yeah, 80s. Wow, not just 80s for like films, but for music. Such an influential decade. So, yeah, 80s 100%. Mike?
Yeah, I'm going to say 80s as well, just for the same reason. Just so many iconic movies from that time.
Alan?
Well, if I was pushed, I'd say 70s. But I also like 60s as well, and 50s, and of course the universal horror, which I grew up with, 30s, 40s, yeah. So, yeah. But I'd say if it was pushed, I'd say the 70s, yeah.
Good pick there. And Michael?
It's a difficult one for me to say because both 80s, 90s, and early 2000s had some amazing movies.
Mm.
I'd say if I'm pushed, I'd have to say maybe the 90s. There was some great movies that came out in the 90s, like the Home Alone series, started in the 90s.
I think there was some absolutely cracking action films in the 90s.
Yeah.
So many. We've got True Action Star Vidal says, we watched Where the Crawdads Sing last night. Quality film. Thoughts? Seen that advertised about. Don't really know much about it. I think it's based on a book, I'd assume. You seen it, Mike?
Not even heard of it.
No. Alan?
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. So,
Michael?
Never heard of it.
Right. Danny says, movie villains from Austin Powers, Q from Star Trek The Next Generation.
I won't necessarily say Q is a villain. He's more of an annoyance. But yeah, no, he wouldn't. Like early TNG, yeah, you could argue he'd be a villain, but later on in the when he pops up in later on in TNG and then of course in Voyager, he's not as villainy.
Yeah. We've got Trish Sardell saying seen Game of Thrones. He wasn't a fan. I've seen 1 or 2 episodes. I still have a big series 1 to 7 box set that I haven't seen yet. Still sealed. So it's one series I want to get into, and I probably should like it because I've got the big box set. So yeah, what I've seen, I didn't mind, but I need to get into it. Mike?
Yeah, I was really into it when it came out, but then I got to about season 4. I think it was when it was on TV, and I got about halfway through season 4, and for whatever reason I just gave up. Yeah, that season wasn't really doing it for me, and yeah, I've just never gone back to it.
Yeah, it's a bit like me with The Walking Dead. I was really into it, and then series 7, 8, 9, oh, it really got a slog, and I still need to watch the final few series of that one. What about you, Alan? Have you seen Game of Thrones?
Not my cup of tea piece, no. Sounds like a real bore fest to me, so no.
No worries. What about you, Michael?
About 5 years ago, I attempted to watch the first episode. I got about 25 minutes into it and said, this seems interesting. I'll come back to it later. It's been 5 years and I haven't gone back to it.
Sounds like me. It has a really good theme song, though. I must admit, I do like the theme song.
Yeah. There's better theme songs out there. I mean, early 2000s Disney Channel TV series that had better theme songs than that.
We have St. John here saying, evening all guys. Hope you're well. Hey St. John, thanks for joining, mate. We have Andy Lake Stuff here saying, is anyone looking forward to seeing Picard season 3?
Me.
Robert Meyer Burner over in America has seen the full season and says it's the best 10 hours Next Generation film we never had. Never seen the series, only seen
I'm really looking forward to it. I am ecstatic because not only is the original TNG crew coming back, not only are we finally seeing 7 of 9 get her own Starfleet commission as a commander, which she rightfully deserved after serving on Voyager, but the fact that we're getting a new Enterprise, and it's the Enterprise F node nonetheless from Star Trek Online, which is a beta canon game. The fact that we're actually getting it into canon is amazing because it's such a beautiful ship. It's why when I done my top 5 favorite Star Trek Starfleet classes a few months back, it was my number 5 pick because it is such a beautiful design. It's actually designed by a fan that won a competition to have it put into the game as the new Enterprise.
Cool. You looking forward to it, Mike? Picard?
I'm curious about it, but I don't have high hopes for it. I know like the big selling point is obviously the original Next Generation crew cast back, but I've been really underwhelmed by Picard as a show so far. I thought the first 2 seasons were really average, so
I've enjoyed the first 2 seasons. To be fair, I've enjoyed it. I can definitely see the arguments with season 2 of why a lot of people don't like it as much, because it's a lot of the episodes do feel like they're filler. But overall, as a story, I definitely enjoyed it, especially getting more backstory with Picard as a kid and his mother's suicide, and then having Q be the first. Well, not so much the first Q to die, because there was definitely Qs that died in the Q and the Grey, the Star Trek Voyager episode, but to have him actually die is, and that final scene he actually had with Picard, that was very, very good.
Yeah, that's true.
And seeing Whoopi Goldberg back, that I was happy about that.
Yeah.
Whoopi Goldberg, that's cool. Have you seen Picard? Any Star Trek, Alan?
No, the only Star Trek I've really seen most was the the William Shatner one.
Yeah, the original series.
Yeah, I didn't really bother with the Patrick Stewart ones, so yeah, couldn't really comment on that, unfortunately.
No worries. We've got Danny here saying, if you got to choose your favourite actor and pay his or her role, would it be then TV show or movie? So basically, if you wanted to have your favourite actor, who would it be, and would you have him in a TV show or a movie? Ooh. That's a good question there, Danny. I'm going to say, because I've seen her day in the menu, Anya Taylor-Joy. In a TV show, yeah, that'd be quite cool. So yeah, what about you, Mike?
I'd probably just have to say someone like Michael Keaton, because he's one of my favorite actors, and yeah, I'd have him in a movie or a TV show. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Michael?
Oh, this has put me on the spot, because there's so many that I could pick. I mean, technically, I am there. What people who I would pick, they're already in TV shows at the moment, like Sir Patrick Stewart. Would be the main one. I would love to see Tom Baker and the Fourth Doctor and a lot more stuff, but given his age and how frail he looks nowadays, I think the most we're ever going to get from him now will be Big Finish audio or just a quick cameo in Doctor Who, and that would be about it.
Yeah, I can get that. And what about you, Alan? Who would you like to see in a TV show or movie?
That's a bit of a tough one, that. Yeah, you put me right on the spot there, like Mike. Yeah, I can't really say at the moment. No, so.
No worries, Alan. We have Danny here saying, First Contact, The Batman, Thor Love and Thunder, not great movies. So you're not a big fan of the new Batman film?
He said First Contact to get under my skin, because that's a running gag between me and AJ of me saying First Contact is the best Star Trek movie. I am correct on that one. And AJ being incorrect, saying The Wrath of Khan is the best Star Trek movie, which, as I said, he's incorrect. But me and AJ are planning on doing live streams going into detail on both movies at some point. So, yeah.
Oh, I look forward to that. I know this has been a thing going on for a little while about this whole thing and First Contact.
Yeah, even like if I see AJ in someone else's live streams, I'll just pop in, comment that just to get under his. It doesn't get under his skin, but it's a fun little running gag.
It's playful banter at the end of the day.
It's a fun gag that we've developed over the past few months.
We've got Rogue here saying the character of Teddy in AI was originally meant to be more of a not obvious main character. As the story actually revolves around Teddy, if you watch it in that perspective, it's really depressing. We've got Sean here from Media Collector Madness. Hey guys, hope you're all well and good. Have you all watched Clerks 3 yet? Thanks for joining, Sean. I know you watched it the other day and you did say you enjoyed it, Sean. I did as well. Great film. Really emotional. Damn, I actually cried at the end of it. It really got me. Have you got it? Have you seen it, Mike?
No, I've not seen it yet.
No. Alan? I think Alan's
Frozen.
paused. You frozen, I think. Are you seeing it, Michael?
Nope, I haven't seen any of the Clerks.
No worries. Danny says, I wish they finished the Amazing Spider-Man movies, but I can't see that happening. I don't know, they seem to be trying to. There's rumours that Andrew Garfield may come back, so...
Yeah, no, I doubt it. I mean, he is good at hiding these things, with how he did with No Way Home, but I highly doubt they'll ever go back to that series. Like, why would they? They have, well, actually, no, they might with the likes of Morbius and the Craven film. They might bring him back for that, like have those movies set in that universe, but I highly doubt. They'll ever do a third.
Tim Young says, I'm ironically excited for Knock at the Cabin. I think M. Night Shyamalan is one of the best comedic directors as Last Airbender. After Happening and Older, some of the funniest movies ever. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that in turn. They're so intentionally bad they're funny. So I'll be intrigued. True Action Salvador says, the biggest surprise for you last year? For him, it was Turning Red. Yeah, that film. Oh, what, the Panda Bear one?
Yeah, I forgot I watched that and thoroughly enjoyed it.
That wasn't too bad of a film. I quite like that one. What would be a surprise for you, Mike?
I'm gonna go with that Studio 666 movie, the horror movie with the Foo Fighters. Like I went into that thinking it was going to be terrible, but I surprisingly loved it. It's probably one of my favourites of last year.
Oh, that's good to hear. That's never got a physical release over here, which is a shame. What about you, Michael? What would be a surprise for you?
Well, the only thing that comes to mind right now would be a surprise that it's taken me that long to finally watch it, and that would be I finally watched Jaws for the first time last year, and last October, and fell in love with it. Which
film.
Again, AJ was clamoring for me to watch it for the longest time because I know that's his favorite
AJ
movie.
really likes that. Yeah.
And I have to say, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm kicking myself that it took me this long to finally get around to watching it. I suppose I'll even throw in one that I was surprised that I didn't like, and that would be Monty Python's Life of Brian. Watched that for the first time last year and did not like it whatsoever.
Welcome back, Alan.
Connection problems.
I can hear myself in like an endless loop now.
Yeah, there's a bit of a endless loop going on.
Oh dear. But,
yeah, connection problem.
No worries. We always everybody gets these things, don't they? Nothing to worry about. So what were some of the biggest surprises of the last year for you?
No.
Any big surprise for you last year, film wise, Alan?
Last year,
yeah,
surprise.
2022.
Movies that I didn't think I'd like, but I enjoyed. You mean?
Yeah.
Nothing springs to mind. No, nothing.
Fair play. For me, I'd probably say something like the Bob's Burgers movies. I weren't expecting that to be very good, but I thought it was a solid little animated film of the series. It reminded me a lot of the Simpsons film, to be fair. And again, that's trapped on streaming. Danny says, Into the Multiverse was okay. Looking forward to the second one. Oh, what, the Spider-Verse one? Yeah. I look forward to seeing how they do with that one. Right. Viva Drew says, who do you think is the worst Mission Impossible villain? I think Hendrix in Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol. The actor who played him was good, but the character wasn't interested and had zero motives. Now, this is the thing. For as much as I love the Mission Impossible films, I can't for the life of me remember the names of them at all. Like
Well-
Bond, you can remember him, but Mission Impossible, I'm just thinking the actors. I can remember liking Philip Seymour Hoffman in the third one, so I'll say that. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of worst, I would have to go with the villain from Ghost Protocol, and the only reason I say that is because I can't even remember who the villain is in that movie. I just remember he's just so forgettable, whoever he is.
Yeah.
So, whereas a lot of the other villains, they're all quite memorable, but yeah, he's the only one I just can't remember a thing about him.
Yeah, that's. Michael, you seen the Mission Impossible
Nope.
films?
Never seen him. Don't intend to. Don't like Tom Cruise as a person.
Oh,
Never
fair
gonna
enough.
watch him.
Fair enough. What about you, Alan?
Same with Michael. Haven't seen them. Got no intention of watching them, so not a fan.
That's fair enough, mate. Danny says Doom Part 2 will be great. I do agree with you there. I'm looking forward to that one. First one was a
I
nice
haven't
surprise.
seen part one. I've heard it's good compared to the two other attempts that they've done with one. I think in one of the attempts that they did back in the 80s, Sir Patrick Stewart was in one of them.
Yeah. I think there was going to be a Wodorowski, whatever his name is. He was going to do one. Doom. Viva Drew said Mission Impossible 2 is the worst of the series, but I would say the villain in Mission Impossible 2 was better than Ghost Protocol because at least he had a plan and motives. Yeah, I can't really remember none of the villains in the films, to be honest. I just remember the set pieces. We have Tim Young saying movies I'm definitely not watching in 2023 are Marvel movies because I, for the life of me, cannot give the slightest of shits about the series anymore. Maybe Guardians of the Galaxy 3, but that's about it. Yeah, I can get where you're coming from there, Tim. The past few years for Marvel hasn't been very good at all, but I think this year might be a turning point for it, but I must admit, with all the Marvel films this year, I'm not in a rush to see them. Maybe just Guardians for me. We've got a good question here from True Action Star the Dows. Give me an overrated franchise. For him, it's the Matrix franchise. Yeah, you can kind of get that one. It's fair enough. For me, it's a franchise that I do think is overrated. I know a lot of people do. I can't stand them. I thought the first one was okay, and the rest of them were just very meh. Hunger Games, don't like them at all. Just could not get into them for the life of me. What about you, Mike?
I probably have to say that the MCU. It's just never really been for me. I like a few films from it, like maybe 3 or 4 of them, but on the whole, I just don't really care for that franchise, to be honest. So yeah, I'd probably have to just say that.
No worries. What about you, Michael?
Star Wars is vastly overrated.
Yep. What about you, Alan?
I would say, horror-wise, I would say the Paranormal Activity franchise. Can't get into them at all.
Yes.
But then again, I'm not a huge fan of found footage horror movies. I absolutely hate them. I really do. There's only 1 or 2 I really like. I've never really been a big fan of found footage, but I would say the Paranormal Activity franchise. And I can give you another franchise as well. I know they only made 2. Happy Death Day. Couldn't get.
Yes.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
I couldn't get
Death Day to You, wasn't it? The sequel was called.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, looping over and over again, wasn't it? Doing the same thing over and over, but slightly different each time. Couldn't get into that either. So yeah, but I would say the Paranormal Activity will immediately spring to mind. Yeah,
I loved the first 3 Paranormal Activity films.
Did you?
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed them.
Yeah.
But after that, I kind of gave up with the series. But I just prefer watching the 3. Like I went out of my way to actually get them on Blu-ray. And I haven't rewatched them in ages. I remember laughing my ass off at the 3rd one, or it's either the 3rd or the 2nd one. I can't remember which, years ago. But it's one I haven't returned to as much.
Yeah. See, that's the thing with some horror movies, isn't it? They try to be frightening, but you end up laughing at them. Like some of the effects are just silly. You know, I mean, like going to the creature feature movies, sometimes you see the zipper and the suit. You know, it's that bad. It's that bad. The outfits, you can actually see where it's been sort of like zipped up. You know, yeah. But as I say, some horror movies, they can be unintentionally funny. Yeah,
Mm.
a lot of people after The Exorcist, didn't he? They had going round, but then on the other side of the coin, it terrified a lot of people, didn't it?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
terrified a lot of
I still
people
have
at
to
cinemas,
watch the
didn't it?
Yeah,
original.
going round, yeah, and the creaking noise, yeah. A lot of people actually laughed at that. Yeah, I suppose
Wow.
it's like one man's meat is another man's poison, isn't it? Really, you know.
Yeah, I suppose people watching it for the first time now would probably
Yeah.
find it quite
You'd
like
be
basic,
scared.
but
Yeah,
back at the day, it was very scary, weren't it? A lot of people were
Back in the
terrified of
day.
that.
definitely, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Danny says for him, overrated is Transformers. Yeah, I can get
I
that.
I like the first three. I think the first three are good. The fourth one was meh, and then the fifth one I just gave up trying to watch it. I think I got like 20 minutes in and I just switched it off. I don't really care for Bumblebee or the new one that's coming out, Beast Wars: The
Beast
Rise of the
Wars.
Beast.
Yeah. Beast
I
Wars looks
couldn't
pretty
give
good.
two shits about it. Then again, I mainly because like I didn't grow up with Beast Wars, the original CGI cartoon.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I couldn't give two shits about the new
Mm.
ones.
Fair enough. We had the viewer Drew saying, what comic book costume for hero or villain you felt would look totally silly on screen?
But I haven't read many comics, so I can't answer that. But I will be right back.
No worries, Michael. I can't really think of any, to be honest. I know the Loki one, they got that on live action, the original Loki one, and that looked pretty good. But honestly, I think they'll normally find a way because a lot of comic book costumes have seemed to translate to live action quite well. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I agree. Really, I can't really think of any that look bad. To be honest, I think they all look pretty good for what they are. So, yeah,
Yeah.
I can't really answer that question.
Yeah. What about you, Alan?
I was just thinking about the Spider-Man. I was just thinking about the Spider-Man villains, and one comes to mind: Mysterio. He's got the dome. He's got the dome head, hasn't he? Like a goldfish bowl. And I was just wondering, have they actually filmed Mysterio in the Spider-Man movies?
Yeah,
have they
live
done?
action. Yeah, they have done.
They have, yeah. I was just thinking, like, because he stays in my mind how he would look on the screen and that, with the big domed head and that. Yeah.
He actually doesn't seem too bad. He looks pretty good on the
Does
live
he?
action, I must admit.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. Yeah.
I think it's Far From Home, the new one with the young Spider-Man.
Oh, we haven't got round to watching that yet. No.
DVD and Film Bloke says best way to describe the ending to AI is bittersweet. Yeah, sounds about right, mate. Then he said, who directed AI? It seems pretty interesting. Yeah, it was Steven Spielberg and Stanley Kubrick. The whole story behind it does sound interesting. We have Pure Action Star of the Dell says, is Playtendoguy drunk? No, it was Coca-Cola, mate. Honest. Don't drink. Danny says, hey, Scott, which posters do you have on your wall? I can't remember what he had on his wall now, but
I think Rocky was one of them, if memory serves correct.
I think he had Friday the 13th on one of them, because I'm pretty certain I remember somebody asking about it last week on his stream. DVD film that says to Trash Star, dope, he just mispronounced it. Now I ain't been too bad tonight. He just mispronounced words a lot. Yeah, I do. Yes, I was talking to Nige from Rock God yesterday, and he was on about Till Dusk Till Dawn, and my phone, I don't know, it just autocorrect from Duck Till Dawn. That's what it sent instead. And he messaged me back, Duck Till Dawn, Duck Till Dawn. Yeah, I did it again, and I'm just like, honestly, mistake, autocorrect. Oh dear. Danny says, who dealt with space issues in their collection and who hates dusting it, but you admire what you got? Yeah, dusting is a pain in the backside, but to be fair, it isn't too bad on a shelf. It's more the top of it than anything.
Yeah.
But
I don't necessarily dust my stuff, but then again, I'm constantly rearranging things, so they're not there long enough to get dust. But even on the top of the current bookcase that I have, there's not really much dust that gets on it, because once I take down the Christmas stuff tomorrow or Friday, I won't be putting anything back up there just yet until I get the spare room sorted.
What about you, Mike? With space issues and dusting, how's it for you?
Yeah, I'm definitely low on space at the minute. I'm probably going to have to get a new bookcase at some point. And yeah, I do have a problem with dust as well. I think I don't clean the shelves enough, so I need to rectify that.
Don't worry. Was it last year? I went to one of my shelves with some gaming box sets on, and I touched it, and it was like thick grey dust, and I was like, I'm ashamed of myself here. He's like, I'll do it another day, and then there's like 6 months later, and it's just like, oh dear.
Yeah, no, I definitely don't have that issue with mine because both my bookcases can go 3 stacks deep. So in total, per shelf, like per cubbyhole, it holds like 69 DVDs and Blu-rays.
Yeah.
So I thankfully don't have to worry about that, but I probably will whenever I buy new bookcases because, as I mentioned, I only have one space available both on the big and small bookcases for my collection. So need to get that sorted very, very soon.
Awesome. And what about you, Alan? Do you have any storage issues, space issues, or dust issues?
I'm starting to have a lot of space issues now. I've got that many Blu-rays and DVDs now. I don't know where to put them. They're all crammed together. So what's happening now? I've got that many. I've got all my Screen Factory concealed behind the ones at the front. So I've got to get another case to sort of like move that lot onto the other case so they can see all my others behind them. But the thing is, I don't like doing DIY. I think I've said this before because a lot of the cases now you've got to put them together, and I've got no patience. I've got no patience at all, for DIY, so I've yet to find one that's already assembled, so if anybody anywhere can put me forward to a place I can get, already assembled, I'd be very grateful. But yeah, I've definitely got to get some,
Facebook Marketplace might be the best place to go. Facebook Marketplace.
Oh yeah.
That's where I had initially planned to go to get my bookcases because they'll be already assembled and they'd be dirt cheap. Like I've seen some like big bookcases go for like €50 and small ones for about 20-25. But the only issue is they'd be collection only. The ones I was going for were collection only, and I had no way of getting it.
Oh yeah.
So, otherwise, I'd jump at the opportunity. I mean, getting two nice bookcases for 75, it's not bad compared to having to spend 200-300 to get them and then having to put them together.
That's it.
I think you may find luck in a charity shop because they do like furniture stores, don't they?
I ran. There's 2 furniture charity shops in Ireland. I tried the one in Drogheda, and they don't deliver to Navan where I live. And then I actually walked to the one in Navan, which is where I used to work for a little bit, and I missed one by a day.
Cool.
All right. Yeah.
It's a problem. Charity shops, but also like more expensive furniture places, they seem to sell them as they are. I did went into M&S the other day, and this one had like furniture in, and they had a lovely bookcase there, and it had like 6 like different things. Like,
that would have done me.
And you could fit loads in. I think you could double stack them as well.
Yeah.
And I didn't thought it was too bad. It comes fully made, and I think it was about 200.
200 quid.
Yeah, but it was like proper solid wood, and it seemed to be well made, so I didn't thought it was too bad.
Yeah, that would have done me, that, yeah. I'll keep my eye open anyway and see, you never know.
Well,
thanks anyway for that. No problem. Cheers.
True Action Style says, least favourite horror franchise, Scream for me, I think. Fair play. I know some people aren't the biggest fan of it. For me, I'm probably going to have to say the Child's Play ones. I could never really get into them. I like the first one, but the other ones, they're good, but not for me. Mike, what about you?
I'm the same as you, Pete. Child's Play. I like the first one, but I'm just not really into the rest, and I just don't find Chucky to be very scary, if I'm being honest. I mean, he's a doll. I just don't find him scary.
That being said, I was scared crapless as a kid with Chucky. I was like, it's on, I don't like it. I used to be terrified of it. But I've watched them, but I'm just like, they don't really do nothing for me. I like the first one. First one's pretty good, but the rest of them, rather forgettable. And the TV series, could not get into that one a little bit. I know Alan's not a fan of the TV series, are you?
Definitely not. No.
No, I remember you did your review of it. Oh, I want Chucky. I remember that.
I know. Yeah.
What about horror?
Yeah. Go on.
Pardon? I was just going to say, what about horror franchises for you and Alan? At least ones you don't like.
Well, I would actually say Chucky because there's only 1 or 2 movies in that franchise I like. Saying before about the Paranormal Activity, I'm not a great fan of that. I know what you did last summer. I only like the 1 movie, and the rest I'm not too keen on. So, and again, if you want to sort of like do a semi dislike of a franchise, I would say A Nightmare on Elm Street. I like the first 3 movies, but after that, they just went downhill for me because they put too much comedy in them, and that ruined the character for me. The first one was my favourite. I love the first one.
I mean, I only watched the first one there last Halloween for the very first time, and I loved it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a classic, isn't it? First one. Yeah. Definitely.
Did you know Johnny Depp originally starred in that?
Yeah.
That was a surprise for me.
Yeah,
it says introducing him, doesn't it? So it's his first ever role.
Yeah. I tell you what the perfect horror franchise is for me. The Psycho movies. I love all of them.
Yes.
All 4 of them. Yeah. Yeah. I like the Friday the 13th, but I'm not too keen on that one where he's in space. He goes into space. I thought that was a bit far-fetched, you know.
It's a really one where he fucking goes into space.
Most of them go to space, I think.
Fuck me sideways.
Space.
Right, you need to make a mental note of that to avoid that one.
Yeah, and Chris's, I'm not too keen on Chris's. Not too keen on that. But yeah.
Oh, good picks there, mate. What about you, Michael? Is there a horror franchise you're not keen on?
Well, I'm not big into horror, so I haven't seen a lot of them to have a least favorite. So I can't comment on that one, unfortunately.
Fair dues. Danny says you can get Alien very cheaply on DVD, Predator as well. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. You can get them for £1 in CEX on DVD. But I recently upgraded them to Blu-ray because I'd much rather have more Blu-rays because I have more DVDs than I do Blu-rays. So I'm slowly chipping away at shrinking down my DVD collection. But apparently, from what I've heard, because I'm friends with a lot of people in my local CEX, they're going to be phasing out the £1 movies very, very soon.
Yeah, I've heard that, yeah, because they've got so many of them and they don't shift them.
Yeah, they're just going to sell what they have, but they just won't take them in anymore. I mean, I can understand why. You only get like 5 pence.
It's dead stock at the end of the day, and it's just sitting there, and they don't really care about it, and they even keep the discs inside, don't they? Because
they do. Really
they
start doing.
They don't see no purpose of keeping them behind there. So if they get nicked, they get nicked.
I mean, the manager in my local CEX, from what I heard, he had to throw out like over 200 DVDs because they were sitting in the back of the shop because the €1 section is already big enough as is.
We have Danny here saying I'm playing Evil Dead Regeneration on PS2. Such a great game. I haven't actually played that one, but cool. I know there's been quite a few over the years. The new one I won't play. It's a multiplayer one though, but I'll wait until I get a bit cheap. You played that one, Mike?
I actually got the late for Christmas.
Did you?
Yeah, but I haven't really played it that much because I'm not really into like online multiplayer games. I've never really played that many of them, so I've had like a little go of it, and it seems pretty fun. But I've not really properly delved into the game yet.
Oh, cool. I'm a bit the same year. I'm not a big multiplayer fan, but I will have to give it a go. But I hope you enjoy it. We have True Action Side of the Dow saying, has Michael seen anything?
Same thing that was said the last time I was on this stream. Have I seen anything? Of course. And if you go onto my channel, I have over 30 reviews and more coming.
True Action Star of the Dow says, on the flip side, give me an underrated franchise. Ooh, good question there. Underrated franchise. What do you think, Mike?
I just have to say the Phantasm franchise. That's what I really love, but I don't think it really gets talked about too much.
Good one there. Alan?
I would say the Blind Dead franchise. I thought they were very good. You know, I think they're actually going to do. I think Arrow going to do it at 4K this year. But yeah, very very underrated. Yeah, they're like these sorts of like Knight Templars they're called, and they sort of like come back from the dead. Yeah. So yeah,
cool.
I'd say the Blind Dead franchise.
I have to keep an eye out for that if that's coming out on Arrow.
Yeah, hope so. Fingers crossed.
Michael, what about you?
I've got two for you. Even though both, like, a lot of people still love them, but they're not as discussed as much until recently, as they're both getting new entries into the franchise. But the first one I have for you is the Kung Fu Panda series. I think it's better than Shrek, honestly. The entire story from beginning to end with the first, second, and the third one is pretty amazing. And I know they have TV series spin-offs that I haven't seen, because I'm not too sure how intertwined with the canon that it is. But I am looking forward to the new one that's coming out soon. Probably a few years away. But another one that I will have to say is the Hunger Games series, because it's kind of died out in terms of fans and people talking about it. It's still a good movie franchise and still a great book franchise. And the new one that's coming out this year, the Ballads of Songbirds and Snakes, I read the book. I love the book, and I cannot wait to see this movie in November. Hoping it'll be good, as good as the books, because it definitely paints President Snow in a much brighter light, even though he was the villain of that series. But it actually explains how he got to that point and why he was at that point.
That'd be interesting to see. For me, underrated franchise. I'm trying to rack my brains thinking about it. I'm just going to go with the Lethal Weapon ones, because a lot of people kind of prefer like Die Hard, so I'm going to say Lethal Weapon. I think
Never
it's
seen
quite a
Lethal
consistent franchise. Never seen Lethal Weapon?
Never seen it.
Andy says Sam Raimi also made Hercules and Xena Warrior Princess. Oh, Lucy Lawless and Xena Warrior. I love that show.
Never seen it, but I know my mother was a big fan of that show. Xena Warrior.
Are you seen it, Mike? Xena Warrior?
Oh yeah, I loved it as a kid. I remember seeing it. Like, I wasn't like a big fan, but I used to like catch it on TV all the time, and I used to have fun with it.
Yeah, it is a fun series. I agree. You seen it, Alan?
No, never seen it.
We've got Danny here. Like the film Park, Michael introduced me. That was amazing.
Yeah, I'd say it's an Irish film. You can get it either on DVD, or the full movie is actually on YouTube, but you can watch it on Amazon Prime. It's basic. It stars Colin Meaney in it, and the guy who played Merlin in the Merlin TV series.
Colin Morgan.
Yeah, and it's basically Colin Meaney's character comes back from London after several years, and he's homeless. So he basically lives in his car, and the guy who plays Merlin also lives in his car, but that's because he's a drug addict. And it's just showing the unlikely friendship between the pair of them. And it's a beautiful film. It's beautifully shot. It will get depressing towards the end. But I watched it because I picked it up as a blind buy, mainly because it had Colin Meaney in it, and I instantly fell in love with the film. On my letterbox, I gave it a five star, because I thought it was a fantastic film, and it probably is my favorite movie role that Colin Meaney has done. Obviously, my favorite TV show role that he's done is the transporter chief and the engineering chief in Star Trek.
All right, cool. I'll have to check that one out. Danny says I picked up all 3 Hobbit movies on 3D very cheaply. Yeah, you picked them up pretty cheap. Now I picked up the last one on 3D for some reason, mainly because it came with a nice 3D slipcover from Boundland, even though I got the film. But yeah, I agree. That's a good price, mate. Not too bad films, but can't shine light to those original trilogy of Lord of the Rings films.
Yeah.
So. True Action Star says, me and the wife has a nice bottle of wine sitting watching you guys. Oh, enjoy your evening, Anne. Danny says, who's keeping up with the Yu-Gi-Oh series? I have not seen Yu-Gi-Oh in years.
I don't keep up with the TV series as much. Like I know right now it's still in the Yu-Gi-Oh! 7 era, but as for the card game, I used to be heavily into it, but right now, no, because it's stupidly expensive. Like if you want a playset of a card that you would need for a deck, and if it's really expensive, you could be dropping £100 per copy for that card, because Konami might have short printed it as a secret rare in the whatever set it comes in, and I might not get a reprint for
can be
a
very
year.
greedy.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? Did you ever watch Yu-Gi-Oh?
No, I can remember like my friends being into it like back when it was really popular, but yeah, I was never into it.
Tim Youngin says, to answer your question, Vinland Saga is on Netflix, or at least on the US, but if it's not there, it'll be on Crunchyroll. Oh yeah, I've heard of that. I'll have to check it out. Danny says, don't be nasty to reaction. What seemed to be going on there, Danny?
Might be in relation to me swearing, or I don't know. I'm just throwing that as a guess.
All right. Danny says, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Long Run, and Ghost and Shell. Oh, Ghost and Shell's great. I do like that film.
I haven't seen Ghost in the Shell, but I have heard it's great. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh is long running. That's been running for 25 years. Same with Pokemon. Like as well with Yu-Gi-Oh, they're for the 25th anniversary. From what I've heard, they're re-releasing the original set again. So that's going to tank the values drastically once again.
We have Rock and Roll Hal here saying, evening all, good to see young Alan on. Looking forward to your stream tomorrow night. Good evening, mate. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Alan's stream tomorrow night. It's always a lot of fun.
Yeah. Should be good, yeah definitely.
I remember your last one was the Christmas one, weren't it? You had your Santa hat on, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. A couple of weeks ago now, isn't it? Yeah. It's going to be modern horror movies tomorrow, so it should be good. Yeah.
Great topic there. Oh, I look forward to that.
Yeah.
We got Gareth here from Video Tasties. Hey guys. Hey Gareth. Hope you're doing well.
Hey Gareth.
Danny's saying hey to Gareth. Right. Tim Youngin says, I understand your perspective about animation, Alan, but for me, I could turn 80 and my love for animation would never waver. It's such a beautiful method of storytelling and simply can't be replicated. Yeah.
100% agree.
Yeah. Danny says the Matrix animated series, is that the one Into the Animatrix or whatever it's called?
I didn't even know it had an animated series.
Mike, is it what's called Animatrix or something?
Animatrix, I think it was just like an animated movie. I don't know if it was a series.
I think that kind of rings a bell where they did do an animated Matrix movie.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. We have Tim Youngin Productions says Spirited Away, Perfect Blue, Millennium Actress, Princess Mononoke, Akira, and Ghost in the Shell, some of my favourite movies of all time, not just animated. Yes, some great ones there, Tim. Yep. I definitely think Perfect Blue is a fantastic film, and if you like your horror, you'll certainly like Perfect Blue, Alan. It's a great sort of thriller.
That's a check that out, yeah.
Like I haven't seen all that's listed there, but my all-time favorite movie is Howl's Moving Castle. That would always rank number one to me.
Yeah. Have you seen those films, Mike?
Yeah, I think I've seen most of them. The one I like the most is Perfect Blue.
Rock and Roll House. I'm not an animation guy either, to be fair. Just doesn't click with me like live action does. We all have our preferences. Absolutely, mate. I completely agree with you there. Good question here that Alan will like. Give me some of your favourite Hammer horror films. So I'm going to let Alan go first on this one.
The whole darn loss.
The whole darn lot.
I wouldn't say the whole darn loss, but Dracula, Frankenstein, The Mummy, and I like the other type of horror films who don't like the reptile, movies like that. And but definitely Dracula and Frankenstein. Yeah. Yeah.
I agree.
I'll
For
tell
me,
you what I like as well. Plague of the Zombies. That's a good one.
I don't
Yeah.
think I've seen that one,
That's
but
yeah. Oh, and The
Oh.
Devil Rides Out. Very Black Magic. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
I like the Christopher Lee Dracula ones. All of them
yeah.
ones are great.
Definitely.
The Rasputin, the Mad Monk, I
Yeah.
quite like that one as well.
That's a good
with
one.
Christopher
Yeah,
Lee.
definitely. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I really like the Hound of the Baskervilles with Christopher Lee and
Good one. Yeah. Good one, that.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's on Arrow. That's the one I got as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Michael, what about you with Hammer Horror?
I wouldn't have a pick. Like I said, I'm not a big horror lover, so there's still a lot of probably great horror films that I just haven't seen for one reason or another. I think the main reason is because I'm a coward, essentially, when it comes to horror films.
No worries.
Have you not seen The Omen? No.
Nope.
The Omen? No.
Nope. I've
No.
heard of it.
Yeah, The
Omens
Exorcist.
are pretty good.
I haven't seen The Exorcist.
No. No.
Have you seen The Thing, Halloween?
Nope.
No.
Ian Hill says, I've just watched the Final Destination films again. Some of my favourite comfort films, always coming back. It's amazing how when Tony Todd appears, he makes such a big impact. What's your favourite? Oh, I haven't seen these.
I
ones for
love
quite a
Final
long while.
Destination. That was actually my Halloween special last year where I covered it because it's not just the movies. There's also expanded media in the books and comics, and how some of that went is absolutely amazing. Like one of my favorite stories that I heard was from one of the comics. There was this guy that had 3 premonitions. He was the only survivor from the first one. He got thrown off of a bus. They all died. The second one, he saved 4 other co-workers. The 4 other co-workers died.
Yeah.
He was the only one that was left alive. And then he was shown another vision that would have involved his family. And because he was so grief-stricken, he actually hung himself instead of actually doing that. So that has a lot of people split on, was that originally Death's plan for him to hang himself, or did he take his death into his own matter? But I love the third one, is probably my favorite, and I cannot wait for the 6th one to come out, because they just last year announced the writer and directors for it. So I am really looking forward to the 6th one.
Cool. Yes. I can't really remember too much from them. I have seen them. I remember that one with the logs of wood in the car.
That's the second one, yeah. That's
the one that always haunts me when you're in the car. And
you're not the only one. I'd be the exact same.
Mike, what about you?
I've only seen the first 2, and I think I prefer the first movie, but that opening sequence of the second one, the way the logs, that's probably like my favorite sequence out of the 2 movies.
Yeah. What I like is the fact that, well, not that I like, but one thing that they did do with the sequel movie was they changed the date of when the Flight 180 happened, because originally it happened in 1999, but then when the sequel came out, it moved it up to 2000 because the sequel took place in 2001. But did you guys know that the first Final Destination film was originally going to be an episode of the X-Files?
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think the director, the writer on the X-Files or something.
Yeah. They actually, as well, with the first one, they cut out so much because they actually went with test audience reaction. Like originally, the main character wasn't going to survive. It was the other guy, and then Claire was there was supposed to be a sex scene on the beach. That's where she gets pregnant, and then she was going to give birth, and then death would have skipped her and the other guy. But the test audience didn't like that, so they had to rewrite it and refilm an alternate ending, which is what we got. But what I do love about that is they actually used the bringing new life, gets you off a death list into the second film.
Oh, right. That's pretty cool. I didn't really know all that.
Yeah.
Just just moved on here because the kettle's on. What about you, Alan? What do you think of the Final Destination films?
I think I've only seen one, the airplane one. That's it.
That was the first
Yeah.
one, yeah.
Yeah,
That's the first
that's
one.
it. Yeah, yeah.
Rock and Roll House says, has anyone seen Mardi Gras Massacre aboard the 88
I
films?
want
I've
that
heard
one.
it's one of the worst video nasties. When I say worse, I mean crap. I've heard it's come out, but I've never seen it. You guys heard of it? Seen it,
I
Mike?
want that
Never heard
one.
of it.
Yeah, I want that one.
You want
Yeah.
that one, Alan, do you?
Yeah.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, I haven't seen it,
Oh.
so I'll probably order that. Yeah, yeah.
I look forward to hearing your reviews on it. What about you, Mike? Are you thinking about this one?
I've heard of it, but I don't really know too much about it, to be honest. I think did Mitch pick that one up recently, or he was going to?
What, Nige? I think, yeah.
I'm sure he was talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Nige is. Yeah, I think if you ask this question, Rock and Roll How next week when Nige is on, he'll definitely tell you all about it.
Hmm.
Danny says Stranger New Worlds on Blu-ray until March.
Yeah, I
not
love
too long.
Strange New Worlds. That was another pretty solid first season for a Star Trek show. The only one that rivals it would be Prodigy, which is a kids show, kids cartoon. But I still love it mainly because it brings in my second favorite captain, Janeway, and I just love Kate Mulgrew. So anytime Janeway's on screen, I get a big smile. Hologram or Admiral, doesn't matter which.
Cool. Danny says streaming is okay, but at least give the choice of physical. I absolutely agree with you there. If you're going to put on streaming, give us a physical.
Mm-hmm.
Edward says, is Ghostbusters 2 a Christmas film?
I haven't seen the Ghostbuster movies in years. Like, I have vague memories of seeing it as a kid, and I owned the first two, the first and the second one, in a dual pack, but I have not seen them in years.
Yeah, I haven't seen Ghostbusters 2 in a long while. I don't think it is set around Christmas, is it?
I can't remember.
I'd say it's more of a New Year's Eve film because, like, the end of it, it's like it takes place on New Year's Eve, and then I think when it finishes, it's like them all celebrating the New Year. So, yeah, I guess it does take place in the winter time, but feels more like a New Year's movie than a Christmas one.
Yeah, I'll go with that. What about you, Alan?
Not a fan. No, I'm not really into them. No.
I think there's
Danny
a new one coming out, new Ghostbusters due out this year. It's untitled at the moment, but I think I've seen that we're getting one.
What, Firehouse or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I don't know.
Danny says it'd be nice if we had a Rush Hour trilogy on Blu-ray. UK only has 1 and 3, but you have to import 2, and America has the triple pack. Yeah, if you go on to eBay, you could get it, I would imagine, because you'll find like some import versions quite cheap, and they're already in the UK, so worth checking on there.
I know they're doing a fourth one, and I'm interested in that one.
Yeah. Well, they're doing another Lethal Weapon, so they always like to bring back these films.
Yeah.
True Action Salvador says you need to get Ryan on the stream of Let's Get Kicker Movies. Yeah, sometime in the future. Danny says, I will be picking up the Doctor Who series box sets of Classic Who and H&V as I've never watched all the way through. I love TV shows. Yeah, you're in for a treat, mate.
Yeah, there's a lot of great classic Doctor Who episodes out there. Like The War Machines is a fantastic first Doctor story. I haven't seen many second Doctor stories to comment. As for the third Doctor, I suppose the Three Doctors would be one that I've seen. As for the fourth Doctor, a lot of people say Genesis of the Daleks. I think it was shit. It's a video I plan on doing at some point, but no, Tom Baker's era spans so long, and there's so many great ones to pick. As for the fifth Doctor, his last story, The Caves of Androzani, is good. The sixth Doctor, I think he only really got good with the Big Finish audio. And with the seventh Doctor, Remembrance of the Daleks would be pretty good as well.
Danny says Blu-ray and DVD for Star Trek for me. Yeah, sounds good, my mate. DVD from Film Bloke says, yeah, I'm still of the view that Harold has gone downhill. How decided Boyhood would be a good choice. Yeah, Boyhood for Arrow always seems rather odd. I mean, Wolf of Wall Street, again, that's quite an odd one. I mean, to an extent, Robin Hood's a bit of a popular film to put on Arrow, but they do make some nice releases, and I did get Robin Hood, so hopefully they'll go a little bit more niche again with them. Ian says, what do you think is the best film by the Beatles? Hard Day's Night with Wilford Bramble. I love that film. Such an
Yeah, it's the
entertaining
best
like
one.
day in the life of them.
Yeah.
Yellow Submarine's a very bizarre one as well, with that animation style. Oh, it's creepy. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'd have to go Hard Day's Night. I think they're like really funny in that movie and surprisingly quite charismatic.
Yeah.
That Help movie, it's such a weird film, that one. Like it goes in a really direction, like goes a bit fantasy, but yeah, I love Hard Day's Night.
Yeah, great pick there. Alan?
Hard Day's Night, yeah, that was the best one. Yeah. I wasn't fussy on the others what they made, but yeah, definitely a Hard Day's Night. Yeah.
Yep, I've got a Hard Day's Night playing in my head now.
Yeah.
What about you, Michael? Have you seen these films?
I surprisingly, as much as I love the Beatles, I haven't. I haven't gone around to them yet. Like, I know I've seen a few Beatle biopics. Like, my third favorite film of all time is Nowhere Boy, which is a Beatles biopic, and I absolutely adore that film. I plan on rewatching it very, very soon, and I will be doing a review for that very, very soon. Probably in around for my birthday, I'll be doing that review. Because it's amazing film, and for any Beatles fans that haven't seen it, I'd highly recommend it. It's very cheap to pick up on Blu-ray and CEX. I know that much for sure.
Which one's that? Nowhere Boy.
Nowhere Boy. Yeah, it basically covers
Aaron
how
Taylor Johnson, isn't it? It's a good film.
Yeah. It covers how John got into the music, as well as it focuses on his relationship with his mother, and how she had depression before that was, well known, and it shows the formation of the Quarrymen, his original band, and then it ends with him going off to Germany with the Beatles.
Yeah, it's a good film. Trash Sardell says, thoughts on the 4 films. First one, pretty good. Second one, rather dull and boring. Third one, full of life, lot of fun. Best one of the 4 films, and Love and Thunder I thought was garbage. Mike, what about you? Of the 4 films you've seen?
Yeah, the first 2 they're okay, they're watchable. Third one's pretty fun. I love Jeff Goldblum in that movie. I think he's great in it.
Yeah, I agree there. You haven't seen Love and Thunder?
Not seen Love and Thunder.
What about you, Michael?
I haven't seen the first 2. As I said, when it comes to the MCU, I've cherry picked what movies I've seen. I've seen Ragnarok and Love and Thunder, and I enjoyed Ragnarok. I even enjoyed Love and Thunder. I didn't mind it that much. I definitely think Christian Bale was fantastic as Gore the God Butcher. I would have loved to seen a lot more of him in it. But yeah, it's one of the few MCU movies I haven't seen. Like, in terms of Iron Man, I haven't seen the third one. For Thor, as I mentioned, I haven't seen the first 2, and then for Captain America, I haven't seen The Winter Soldier.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And Alan, have you seen the Thor films?
I haven't, Pete. No, I haven't seen any of them. Although I did used to get the comics when I was little, but I haven't seen any of the Thor movies at all. No.
No worries, mate. Ian says, which singer do you think turned out to be a great actor? Great comment, Ian. I'd say probably the biggest surprise would probably have to be Lady Gaga. I think she was fantastic in A Star Is Born, and I'm looking forward to her in Joker too. I think she's probably going to be the best part about it. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, Lady Gaga's pretty good. I've been quite surprised in some of her performances. Other than that, I'd probably say Cher. I think she was a pretty good movies.
Yeah, I love the cameo Cher had in the Will and Grace TV series. That was pretty funny with her interaction with Jack.
Yeah.
So you'd say Cher as well, Michael?
No, I'd say this might be still somewhat of a controversial opinion to say, but Will Smith.
Yeah. Alan?
I'd say Adam Faith.
Ooh,
Adam
good
Faith,
pick
yeah,
there.
yeah, great singer and a great actor, yeah, definitely. Yeah, he was a great, and That'll Be the Day with David Essex. Stardust.
Stardust. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Good film there with David Essex, who himself was a singer, went on to acting.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Oh, he was
We're
massive in the 70s.
We're
Yeah.
going to make you a star, isn't it?
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah.
And Hold Me Close, all them.
Yeah.
And about the motorbike Silver Dream Machine.
I've heard of that one as well, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's very big, yeah. David Essex, yeah, definitely.
David Essex, yeah. My mum's like, yeah, I know him, I remember him.
Yeah.
Rogue says Boyhood would be a Arrow Academy if they didn't discontinue the line. Yeah, I can get that. That's the sort of film that would be up their alley. Ethan Hawke as well, isn't it, in Boyhood, I think. DVD Profile says, yeah, the reason I got a new laptop is because keyboard went apeshit on the old one. My new one is an Asus gaming laptop with a 16 gigabyte of RAM, so it should be easy to edit. Yeah, 16 gigabyte of RAM, you should be fine there, mate.
Yeah, I mean, mine just about runs Shotcut and Adobe Premiere. So I use those two. I've been editing for over 10 years now, so I've gone from Windows Movie Maker to multiple different editing softwares, and Adobe is one that I do use, but I don't pay for Adobe because fuck Adobe.
Yeah. True Action Star Vidal says, what's the biggest disappointment of last year? For me, I'm going to have to say it, the Elvis film. I was bitterly disappointed in that one.
Really? I enjoyed it.
I actually borderline come to hate it. I know Alan wasn't a big fan of it as well.
Yeah.
I didn't like the first half because I watched it in two sittings. The first half I didn't like as much, but I enjoyed the second half more than I did the first half.
Same.
But the only issue that I have with it is Tom Hanks. Like the makeup that they used on him was fucking atrocious.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but Elvis is actually going to be my first Tales of the Backlog review that will be coming out not next week, but the week after.
Yeah, that'll be good. For me, the first half of the film was too erratic. It was all over the place. It brushed past so many things about it.
It really did. Yeah,
Elvis's mother passing away, meeting up with Tom Parker. It just brushed past it. Too frenetic. It should have been a longer film. It made me want more. The second half of it was really good. I thought it slowed down, and you got to see a bit of Elvis. But for an Elvis film, you didn't see a lot of him. And Tom Hanks in it, I could not stand him. He reminded me of the child catcher with his voice. Oh, hello there. Today I am Colonel Tom Parker. And I was like, shut up, mate.
Yeah, I didn't like that. But Austin Butler done a fantastic job, though.
He was all right. He was all right, I must admit. But I'd like to see a bit more of him actually singing.
Yeah. One of the things that I did love was when they're doing, at the ending, when I was showing Elvis's last performance, how it morphed from Austin Butler into the actual footage. I thought that was pretty well done.
That was good, yeah. Alan, biggest disappointment for you?
I've got to say about Tom Hanks, atrocious. Absolutely atrocious, yeah. I didn't like it at all, yeah. My biggest disappointment of the whole movie was the montages at the beginning. It was going from scene to scene to scene to scene to scene. In the end, the head was going round like that. Thought it was on a bloody merry-go-round, yeah. But I like the Kurt Russell one. That's my number one. And my mum loves Elvis, and she likes the Kurt Russell one as well. But I would say, actually, thinking about it, that would be my biggest disappointing movie of the year. That Elvis movie, aside from the horror disappointments, I would say the Elvis movie. Yeah, I so wanted to like that movie as well. I was all excited when I heard it was getting made. But when I thought, oh, bloody hell, what am I watching here? It was too much on Parker. That was another fault of it. Yeah, so I couldn't watch it again. No.
Did you watch it with your mum, Elvis? Did you?
My mum fell asleep. She hated it. Yeah.
Bob-
This is atrocious. This is the worst bloody Elvis Presley biopic I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, she hated it.
My
Yeah.
mum hated it as well. Or she was there, should be said, or she hates
It was
it.
dreadful. Awful movie. Awful. I'd rather watch paint dry. Yeah. I didn't like them on, as I said, the jump cuts. I don't like those in any movie. They go from one scene and another scene, then they go to another scene and they go backwards and they go forwards. Oh, you know.
Yeah. It didn't tell a more cohesive story, and that was a disappointment for it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It wasn't linear. As you said, cohesive. Yeah.
What about you, Mike? What was a disappointment for you last year?
I would probably say Halloween Ends. I was pretty disappointed with that one because I actually quite liked Halloween Kills. I had a good time with that one. But yeah, I was pretty disappointed with Halloween Ends, and also probably Barbarian because I went into that because I know a lot of people they've really spoken quite highly of that movie, but I just didn't like it at all. It wasn't for me. So yeah, I was quite disappointed in that one.
Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah. I must admit, I didn't get into the hype of Barbarian, but there was a lot of hype surrounding that once that came out, weren't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And what about you, Michael? Big disappointment of last year?
I have disappointments, but not because like there are movies that came out last year. I didn't really see many new movies that came out last year, but the disappointments for me that I did watch for the first time would be the Monty Python's Life of Brian and the Holy Grail. Like it had been built up so much for me.
You didn't like Life of Brian? He's not
I hated it.
He's a very naughty boy.
Despised it. I fucking despised it. I nearly turned it off. I like the Holy Grail. Like it was slightly better, and I laughed more at it. But they were just too big disappointment for me because they had been built up so much for me.
That's the thing. When you hear something that's so good and you watch it, you go in with high expectations. Yeah. That's the thing.
It's something that I really need to not do as much with movies. Like going with as low as expectations as I can, so that way I'm not. It was like when I watched A Nightmare on The Nightmare Before Christmas. I watched that for the first time last year. I despised it. I fucking hate it. Corpse Bride is a better film. I'll always say that. Corpse Bride is a far superior film. And then A Muppets A Christmas Carol. I don't like it. It's not the best version out there.
What's your favourite version of Christmas Carol?
Jim Carrey's one.
Oh, fair enough.
I absolutely love that one.
That's fair enough. Talk about biggest disappointments. We have Rock and Roll House saying biggest disappointment for me was Halloween Ends. Times like this made me wish I wasn't a completionist. Yeah, a lot of people were saying Halloween Ends.
Yeah, I mean, my uncle even offered for me to go to the cinema with him and my cousin to go see it. I was like, nope, not going to bother. I've heard it's
biggest
shit.
thing for me was the marketing, let's just say. I think the marketing was woefully misinterpreted and borderline quite false selling, to be honest. We've got True Action Salvador saying, I see we're getting a 4K collection of Rocky. Awesome. Bar 5 and Balboa, rip-off, I think. Yeah, I've heard that apparently 5 and Balboa are going to get the director's cut treatment like 4 did, so probably they'll come out later. I know the 4th one, the director's cut, is actually going to be in this set, so that's cool. Love the Rocky films, but I'll probably hold off to a complete box set, but I've got more on Blu-ray. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, it kind of sounds like what they did with that Star Trek box set when they released just the first 4, and then a few months later they've released all 6. Well, the original 6 now, so it just seems total rip off. All for it. Just wait, and inevitably we will get like another box set with all 6 movies in.
Yeah. I no doubt they'll do steelbooks for it because I know Star Trek, they're doing steelbooks for that this year.
Yeah, I've seen. Well, I haven't seen what they look like, but I know in one of the CEX stores here in Ireland, They have the second one on Steelbook on Blu-ray, not in 4K, but on regular Blu-ray, and they want like €28 for it. And
Way too much.
I wouldn't pay that. Like, it's not my, as you know, it's not my favorite of the Star Trek movies, but I wouldn't even waste my money on that.
No, that's
Like,
fair dues.
I'd rather just get surprised if I buy something on Blu-ray and get it on Steelbook. Like last year, I bought the Blu-ray upgrade for 10,000 BC. Still haven't seen it, but I bought the Blu-ray upgrade because it was dirt cheap, and they ended up sending me a Blu-ray Steelbook.
Oh, fair dues, fair dues. What do you think of the 4K box set of Rocky, Alan?
I don't think I'll be getting it. No.
Nah.
No.
I don't even collect 4K. That's the thing. Like I think for a good while, I'm just going to stick with Blu-ray because I just don't see the appeal of 4K. Like, yeah,
I think the upgrade is minimal depending on the film. If you watch an older film, it's more noticeable.
Yeah, like I know it will be like higher picture quality and all that, but I'd just rather have them on Blu-ray because some of them would look better, I think. And it's cheaper to get them on Blu-ray than it would be 4K. Like, I got the Back to the Future trilogy on Blu-ray box set. I paid a tenner for that from CEX. The same with the Alien collection, which came with the first 4. I paid a tenner for that. All the Star Treks I paid under 5, under 10 for on a lot of them.
Right. Danny says trying to start the bookcases, but no joy. Well, I hope you sort yours out, mate. I know I need to sort mine out. DVD from Film Bloke says I got myself really worked up because it has an SSD drive as opposed to a conventional hard drive, and I've heard they can only take so much writing before they fail. I don't know. SSDs aren't too bad. I must admit, I've had them at college and they're okay. I wouldn't believe all what you read online. Most stuff has SSDs now, and they seem to be okay. DVD from Film Bloke says, however, it will only die early when you keep writing terabytes a week or so. I think I would need a new laptop or a hard drive will die of other things before it runs out of write cycles. Yeah.
I mean, I'd suggest maybe invest in a portable hard drive. If you're having that much of an issue, like I know portable hard drives can be expensive, but if you're worried about hard drive issues, maybe it might be a way to go. Might save you money in the long run if you end up just saving on to portable hard drives. So I know that's what like a lot of bigger YouTubers do. They'll save all their videos to portable hard drives. I know Tomska does who does sketch comedies and that. Yeah. He saves a lot of his videos on portable hard drives.
Danny says, I don't like Star Wars new movies. I prefer the first trilogy. I do collect the games and collectibles, but not really into the show. Much prefer Star Trek.
Yeah.
Fair play, mate. Wow, it's up to folks what you like on films. Yeah, you all like what you like at the end of the day. No right, no wrong, bad thing about it. Danny says, I think even if you hate the film, give it another rewatch and make thoughts on it after. Yeah, I'm definitely up for giving a
I mean that's
chance.
What happened with me with the Wrath Con. I've seen it 3 times. The first time I thought it was all right. Second time I didn't like it as much. Then when I rewatched it last December, I didn't mind it as much. Like I definitely rate it more higher, but I wouldn't necessarily rate it. Like it's definitely in the top 5 for sure. Like maybe 4th or 5th spot, but I need to rewatch all the other Star Trek films to fully do a definitive list. But I do plan on doing that at some point in the next few months.
Danny says, does anyone like Paul Blart Mall Cop? Can't seem to get the second one on Blu-ray. I've seen the first one. I've
seen the first one. I tried watching the second one.
Isn't on Blu-ray.
I tried watching the second one. I just couldn't get into it.
You seen it, Mike? Paul Blart Mall Cop?
I think I've seen the first one. but I don't remember being into it that much.
Same here. Yeah, I didn't even know they did a second one until I saw it about on DVD. You seen Paul Mole Cop, Alan?
No, what happens? No.
What's your favourite Taron Egerton film? I'll probably say the first Kingsman. Mike?
I think I've seen the Rocket Man film. I think that's the only one I've seen.
Yeah. I still haven't seen Rocket Man yet, but I've got it, so I'll get around to that one. Michael, what about you?
List me off some of his films.
I can't really think of anything at the moment. I think Eddie the Eagle, he was in that Kingsman films. Rocket Man, most of the popular stuff he's in, I think. Alan, what about you? Not heard of Taron Egerton?
No, not familiar with him.
Danny says Pokemon Scarlet is cheaper than the DS games, which have gone up nearly £100, and most of them I love the Megastone and the Pokemon X. Yeah, Pokemon since Pokemon Go has been going up exponentially in value.
Oh no,
it's now one of the most.
during the pandemic when a lot of these Pokemon games shot up in price. Like you could get back pre-pandemic, you could get a lot of the DS ones for like 50 and under, and now they're like skyrocketing. Like if you want
ever since Pokemon Go hit, it's been really high prices. I've noticed and see, except never drop.
Not necessarily. Like I said, I mainly noticed it going up a lot more during the pandemic because now, if you want,
think everything went up in the pandemic, video game wise, because people were doing that as a hobby.
Yeah, right now, if you want to buy Pokemon Soul Silver, you'd need, I know in Ireland, not box complete, I'd be spending like 125. Box complete, probably close to 200, and that's just CEX. I'm not even delving into eBay. Whereas Emerald has gone up drastically, and I'm still kicking myself for selling it when I did before the big boom, because I had it. I bought it cartridge only. Battery was still working for a tenner back in 2016. About 2016, 2017. I'm still kicking myself for selling it.
Danny says Pokemon X story isn't great.
Yeah, the story isn't great, but I'm starting to look back fondly on X and Y. I hated it when I first played it, but it's definitely growing on me. It's one that I do want to revisit at some point, but I definitely think the storyline for X and Y is going to play into DLC for Scarlet and Violet. Since Spain is right next to France, so I'm not going to spoil anything in terms of the Scarlet and Violet story for you, because you still have yet to experience it.
Yeah, thanks. Danny says, I'm the only one in my family who collects physical media. No one else seems interested. Parents kind of like it. They buy the occasional films. They've always been like it, but it's really more just me. What about you, Mike? Your household, is it just you that buys the films, or?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't think my family understand why I collect physical media. I think I'm the only one who does it, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. I explained to my uncle about it. He says, well, you watch it on Netflix, and I'm just like, yeah, but it's not the same. That being said, when I watched the menu today, I kept getting dropouts with my blooming internet. So again, streaming isn't perfect.
Yeah.
What about you, Michael? What about you in your household? Are you the only one to collect physical media?
Well, I live by myself, so yeah, I'm the only one that does it. I know when my mother was alive, whenever she could, she would get some of the stuff that she liked on DVD. The likes of Jeremy Brett, Sherlock Holmes is one that springs to mind. Little House on a Prairie is another one that she enjoyed. But no, it's more of a new hobby that I've been doing for a year and a bit now. I just got into it randomly, and I've loved it ever since. It's such a cheap hobby. Like as I said early on in stream, I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh before I got into this, and I would be spending 20, 30 euro on about 2 to 5 cards max. Whereas with that amount of money, I could buy 10 DVDs and Blu-rays.
Yeah, right. Let's go on to some more comments, get through them We have Mike here from Dark Films, Mike DVD Blu-ray Collection, saying, "Hey, Pete and everyone." Hey, Mike, hope you're doing well, mate. Thanks for joining. Danny says, "Another great movie, The Money Pit with Tom Hanks." I agree. I like that, a lot of fun.
Never seen it.
You seen it, Mike?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Yeah, fun movie.
Yeah. It's one of his earlier ones when he used to do comedy. Be nice to see
Yeah.
him go back to that.
Yeah, I like him as a comedic actor. Yeah.
Yeah. You seen it, Alan?
Yeah, I saw it many, many years ago. I remember enjoying it. Yeah, one of his earlier ones. Yeah. Yeah.
Rock and Roll House says, "I've been getting Demons 2 vibes from this new Evil Dead. The setting for one is similar, but it's also a few scenes in the trailer." I haven't actually seen Demons. Yeah, I have seen Demons 2. I wasn't so keen on that one, but yeah, I can kind of get where you're coming from. True Action Star of the Dell says, "What movies are you ashamed of having in your collection or have seen?"
Give me a second, I'll go grab it.
One that I am definitely ashamed of having in my collection is Irreversible. I've said it many a times. Disgusting film. I just don't like that section of that film. It really doesn't sit right with me. What about you, Mike?
Just trying to figure that out. Let's see. I'd probably have to say something like there's a movie called Satan's Blade that I think Arrow released. That movie is an absolute pile of shit. I don't know why I have it in my collection.
Also Zoolander 2, because that's a pile of crap as well.
I haven't seen Zoolander 2.
That's one movie you should be proud that you haven't seen.
My pick.
That's bad.
Dragon Ball Evolution. That's why I'm holding it like this, because I don't want it to contaminate me.
Well, I'd be holding it like that because it came from CEX as well.
yeah, that's where I bought. I paid like $5 for it. It's a 2-disc version. Well, it comes with a digital copy anyway. But surprisingly enough, the actor who plays Goku in this had got work afterwards. Like, I think he was in Shameless for a while, the American Shameless, and then I know he was in one of the 12th Doctor's Christmas specials, the Return of Dr. Mysterio. He was in that one. He played the superhero in that.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
I know the guy. What about you, Alan? What were some films that you're ashamed of having in your collection?
Do you know what? I can't say there's not one single movie in my collection that I'm ashamed of. I love them all. But having said that, there are a lot of movies that I've watched and I'm ashamed to say that I've given them time watching them. You know, I've lost an hour and a half of my time in that. But no, there's not one single movie in my collection because I love them all. Yeah.
Yeah, because you sell the ones that you're not keen on.
I get rid of them right away. Yeah. If I don't like a movie, throw them on eBay. Yeah. So yeah, I love them all. Yeah.
I love it when you watch a film and you say, "Oh, I don't like it. I stuck on eBay." I think that's brilliant.
Just throw it on eBay. Yeah. If I can't get rid of it on eBay, I end up giving it to a bloody charity shop. You know, sometimes I put them on about 4 or 5 times and they just won't sell. So I thought to myself, if my family don't want them, I don't want them, I'll give them to a charity shop. So that's what I do. Yeah.
That sounds good.
So, yeah.
Ian says, "What's your favourite Sharon Stone film? I could imagine her now being a brilliant Doctor Who villain. I can dream." Oh, Sharon Stone. Ooh.
The name rings a bell, but I don't
Basic Instinct.
Recognize it. Never seen Basic Instinct.
Oh. Very fun film.
What else has she been in?
Most people just know her for Basic Instinct, but she was in Total Recall, wasn't she? So
I haven't seen Total Recall.
I'm sure she was in a Steven Seagal film as well, wasn't she? I'm sure she was in Nico.
I haven't seen any Steven Seagal films.
Wasn't she in Casino? Was she in Casino?
She's in Casino, yeah.
I thought she was, yeah.
I haven't seen that either.
No.
Is she in Catwoman? I'm pretty certain she's in Catwoman, isn't she?
Is she?
Yeah, I'm sure.
She's in Catwoman. It was at the Halle Berry Catwoman.
Yeah.
I remember watching that as a kid, but I haven't seen it since, and I have very little memory of it. I think the only memory I have is when she fell out of the window and it was the cats that were licking her or biting at her. I can't remember, but that's for whatever reason that's the scene that's vivid in my memory.
For me, I'll probably say my favourite is either Total Recall or Basic Instinct for obvious reasons. What about you, Mike?
I'd probably say Total Recall or Casino.
Yeah, good picks there. And Alan?
Basic Instinct, Casino.
Oh,
She did.
man of taste.
Mention legs. She made a horror movie as well called Cold Creek Manor. Well, it was a kind of a horror thriller. Yeah, she was quite good in that. I think that's the only horror movie she's made, Cold Creek Manor. It was pretty good.
She was in a Wes Craven film called Deadly Blessing, I think it was.
I saw that years ago when I first got my VHS recorder. Yeah, don't remember too much about it. Yeah, Deadly Blessing, yeah.
She's a good actress, I do
think. Definitely, yeah.
Danny says I picked up The F Word, also Kitchen Nightmares on DVD, but I love finding rare shows. Oh, what, the Gordon Ramsay stuff? Oh, yeah.
Well, I wonder if it's the UK version or the American version of Kitchen Nightmare. So I remember watching both. I watched the UK version first, and then I got into the US one. But the US one is far more popular compared to
the UK one finished years ago. The American one's still going now. Here's a question just for you, Alan. When I press the button. True Action Star says, give me a folk horror you'd recommend.
A folk horror, The Wicker Man. No hesitation whatsoever. And closely followed, Christopher Lee one, closely followed by Blood on Satan's Claw. Two great folk horror movies there. So that's The Wicker Man with Christopher Lee and Blood on Satan's Claw with Linda Hayden. Yeah, I love me folk horror.
Very good picks there.
I love The Wicker Man. I never get tired of watching that.
The Wicker Man's wonderful. I do have the Blu-ray edition of that with 3 discs. Very nice.
And you know what? I don't know if you knew this or not, but they were going to save Edward Woodward originally, but they changed the script to just let him burn. Yeah, because they were going to get a police helicopter to come over in the nick of time, but obviously changed it. So powerful ending, though, wasn't it?
Very much so. I agree.
Yeah. I love Christopher Lee's wig in that as well.
Christopher Lee in anything. He's brilliant.
The wig he had on Lord Summer Isle,
Danny says, if we had a movie crash, I'd buy a lot of the collectibles, as in future people will want them, like everyone who threw away VHS tape, but now they want a jet. It'll all come round. DVD from Filmboat says, in my view, though I have a bias, I just want streaming and physical to coexist because some people don't have a cash or space for a Blu-ray collection. Yeah, I agree with you there, mate. That's a really good, solid.
I wouldn't mind if we went back to the way what things were in like 2007, when the only 3 big streaming services was Netflix, Hulu, and there's something else that I can't remember.
Love Film.
I can't remember. But just bring it back to the days where there wasn't as many.
True Action Star says, what are some of your favourite sci-fi films? Top of my head, I thought you would.
Star Trek First Contact. First one comes to mind.
I'm just going to say the original Blade Runner. Yeah.
Still haven't seen the original Blade Runner.
Oh, classic.
Yeah. It's on the backlog, trust me. It's on the backlog.
Mike, what about you?
I'd say Blade Runner, and I'll also throw Dark City in there. It's a really cool sort of sci-fi noir movie. It's one of my favourites.
Nice pick. I never heard of that one. Who's in that one?
In Dark City, you've got like Kiefer Sutherland. You've got who else have you got? You got Richard O'Brien. He was in Rocky Horror. And
really?
What else?
Crystal Maze, Richard O'Brien. Oh,
I love the Crystal Maze show. I used to fucking love watching both versions of it, with both presenters. Another sci-fi film that I just remembered there that I still need to get, because I haven't seen it in years, The Fifth Element.
what's his name? Chris
Tucker.
In that? Chris Tucker. Oh,
Yeah.
annoying little bugger in that one. I can't stand him in that.
I haven't seen it since I was a kid, but
He's great
I
for me.
don't even think I've seen it all. But I do remember seeing it on either RT1 or whatever free station I had as a kid, and I fell in love with it. It's one of the three. There was three movies I remember watching as a kid on stations. I've found two of them.
Yeah.
Fifth Element and Bicentennial Man. There was a third
Oh,
one
no problem,
that I
nice.
remember watching the ending of, and I don't know the title of it. I don't remember much about it, other than it was about this kid that was a robot or something that could never sleep or what have you. And then the ending scene is him literally getting to sleep. I don't know what movie that is. I've been trying for years to try and find it.
Right. Alan, what about you for favourite sci-fi film?
No question at all. Alien 1979. I'm not a huge lover of sci-fi, but I love Alien. I'll tell you a couple more. The Village of the Damned. You know, all the kids. Yeah, that's a good one. The Day of the Triffids. I like that one. That's a good one.
Triffids is good.
Yeah.
I like that one.
And The Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I like that one as well.
Yeah,
The original or the remake?
Yeah. I like both of them. Yeah.
The one with Donald Sutherland's good.
Yeah, here he goes. He points like that, doesn't you?
Yeah.
I still need to watch the original Alien. Like, it's
a good one.
Like I said, AJ and others in my last live stream were yelling at me to go see it, to go watch it straight away.
Imagine being in a cinema in 1979 and watching that on the big screen with the, the chest burster.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, it caused a sensation, didn't it, when it came out? Yeah, but I love Alien. Yeah, I wasn't too keen. Aliens is okay. It's more of an action movie, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah, I like the first two, Alien and Aliens, but my number one is Alien. Yeah. And on that note, I'll have to go now, Pete. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah,
thanks very much
for joining, Alan. It's been a pleasure.
Nice to chat to the guys. Yeah, nice meeting you, Mike.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, and I'll be back tomorrow with me live tomorrow night. And,
what time is it?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock tomorrow night on Alan's
and
channel.
As I say,
he's got a stream.
Yeah, modern horror movies. Yeah. Awesome. All right. Yeah. All right then, guys. Yeah. Pleasant dreams.
Take care, mate. See you soon. Bye.
Bye.
And then there were three.
Yep. Just get through these comments. We've not got many more left, I don't think. Danny says, Pete, H&V sells the Avatar action figures, but I put them down on the shelf as they were 25 quid or more. Yeah, H&V is very expensive with their figures. And
I even seen that they've put out Lego Avatar sets now.
It doesn't surprise me. In my local Tesco, they had like these Avatar little rock things, and they had like little figures in. They were like 10 quid, and there's nothing in them. It's ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Danny says, back in the day, I watched Avatar almost 60 times. What? Almost learnt the language. I was blown away. Is this not a thing you normally see back then? Wow, that is commitment.
I gave up halfway through the first film. I just hated it that much then, and I despise it that much now.
That is commitment, Danny. That must be a world record or something. Wow.
No,
have you seen the new one yet, Danny? I'd love to hear your opinions on it.
I definitely think there's a lot of people that have seen it more than 60.
Rogue says they currently film Doctor Who in the Capital Centre in Cardiff. I'm annoyed due to rail strikes. I can't check it out, even though I'm only 30 minutes away by train.
Yeah, I've seen leaked set photos on that. They're starting to trickle out. I don't know how much I'm going to keep an eye on for those for Series 14, because we're not going to be getting it until next year. So I'll have to wait and see, but I highly doubt I'll keep up with the set leaks and all that. I'd rather go in to the new season completely blind.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Danny says I also have the Thunderbirds Island in box from the day, as well as the Thunderbird 1 to 4 that still works. Oh, brilliant. Nice. Well, how's it go? Is it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1?
Yeah.
Thunderbirds are go. That's how it goes, isn't it? And then the music
And then
goes
they
off like,
ruined it with the fucking CG cartoon recently.
oh, the Busted song is incredible.
Yeah.
I like that one. True Action Side of the Dell says, wife got me a couple of H&V premiums at the weekend. Any recommendations? Oh, brilliant. I know you wanted to get into collecting some Blu-rays. That's cool. I'd recommend the Dracula ones. They're really good. There's Badlands. I really quite like that one. There's quite a few. There's a few Kubrick ones on there as well. And a good mix of old cinema from the like 40s and 50s. Can't think of many of Flashdance. I really enjoyed that, and Top Gun. Go on, there's some fun 80s stuff there. What about you, Mike?
Let's see. I'm thinking of a lot of the ones that I think are out of print now. Like I think like Little Shop of Horrors and The Mission and yeah, just a lot of those early ones. What else is there? Oh, Running on Empty. That's a good one.
I just need to see that still. I've got mine still there.
Yeah, that's a good one. What else? Maybe like Trading Places, Airplane, some funnies in there. Yeah.
I tell you one last year that I loved when I watched it, time after time. Oh, so good.
Yeah.
Michael, you got any HMV premium recommendations?
Ireland doesn't have HMV anymore. That closed down in the early 2010s.
Ah. Rogue says, by the way, there's 3 stations in central Cardiff. There's Cardiff Central, which is on the main line between Paddington and Swansea, Queen Street, which is on the Valley Line, Cathays, which is in the University. Ooh. Queen Street Station is also near where they're filming Doctor Who. They even closed platform 2 and 3 in the station for filming in the coming weeks, but not sure if it's for Doctor Who or not.
It is for Doctor Who. I've seen on TikTok today that it's definitely about Doctor Who. They're filming something there for Doctor Who.
Mm-hmm. Peter says, Coro! Hey, Peter. Thanks for joining. No Coro tonight as of yet. I haven't seen him yet, but I hope he's feeling better. Danny says, charity shop wanted 20 quid for Harry Potter book hardback. Bugger that. Won't pay that. I noticed charity shops, whilst they are for charity, I do think they are charging a little bit too much. They do follow by eBay prices, which I do think is a bit OTT. Yeah,
not for my my charity shops. They've started to overprice the video games. That's for sure. I used to be able to maybe pick them up for €1 to €2. Now they're wanting 3 or 4, and my profit margin of trading it in to see extras isn't worth it. But no, in terms of books, I don't know about St. Vincent de Paul, but I do know for Oxfam, my local Oxfam, the book prices range anywhere from 50 cents to €3.
Yes, we have a British Heart Foundation here, and that seemed to be a rip-off. I know Paulie, Big Paulie, he went into his, and they charge heck and all. There was a game there, Pokemon one, it was like 70 quid, but if he got that, he'd have got £120 pound voucher from CX, so that would have been quite a good deal there, but I missed out on that, unfortunately. But again, for a charity shop to charge that much is a bit OTT.
Yeah.
Danny says, in The Simpsons, why don't they make the kids grow up after 30 years as they're pretty old kids? So they have had ones when they're set in the future as kids, haven't they?
My favorite one is when they done their own take of Boyhood. I think that would have been a perfect end all for the show at that.
I can remember they did the song, They'll Never Stop The Simpsons. It seems like they never bloody will either.
Yeah.
Danny says, American Dad I prefer, but I like the first few Family Guys again. They bleed the show dry. I agree with you there. Yeah. Peter says, I like the first 5 or so Game of Thrones a lot. I normally hate fantasy stuff. Oh, that's pretty cool that you enjoyed it, Peter. True Action Side of Style says, is this the Michael show? No, Michael has his own stream, don't you?
I do.
At weekends, aren't it?
I have the first monthly live stream coming soon. I don't know if I'm going to be doing that solo or if I'm going to have guests on again. I need to make up my mind about that.
Some guests on.
Yeah, like the last time I had guests on was spur of the moment thing. I had AJ and Dan from Motions Review on.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pete says, Ian, I like Sharon Stone in Silver, Total Recall, Basic Instinct, Deadly Blessing, and pretty much any other film I ever see her in. I've yet to pick up The Specialist. Yeah, Sharon Stone, Basic Instinct. Oh yeah, the beaver scene. True Action Star says, me and the wife have been watching Happy Valley, quality show. Have you guys seen it? Yeah,
Nope,
I've seen
never
the
heard of it.
series. A couple of series. The new one's just started. Just got Sarah Lancashire in it from Coronation Street. It's quite a brutal police drama, to be fair. Remember the first series, bloody brutal, but this one doesn't seem too bad. But it's only just started, just like one episode. You guys seen it, Mike?
No, I've never heard of it, to be honest.
Never heard of it.
It's on BBC One, I think. Yeah, it's BBC One.
Well, that explains it. I don't have stations anymore. I just have my Xbox.
We've got Ian here saying, I love Sharon Stone with Halle Berry and Catwoman, which I love. Most people would not agree with me. Well, I'm glad you like Catwoman. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but Halle Berry, yeah. I do
I
like
remember
Halle Berry.
liking it as a kid, but I haven't, like I said, I haven't seen it in donkey's years, so I can't remember exactly what happened.
The Halle Berry costume, the Catwoman costume, always was a very odd one. It just like they found like bits of scrapes and material off the floor. It's like, oh, that'll do.
I mean, it's Halle Berry. I mean, I ain't gonna complain seeing her half naked. I don't think many people would.
I'll just watch Die Another Day instead. Danny says, I think they need to do a lot more with Picard series 3 as they should have left the TNG cast behind to move on. The first two seasons were slow, yes, but they could go about Picard. Yeah. We've got Correction Star Vidal saying Playtendoguy got it bad for Anya Taylor-Joy. Am I that obvious?
Yeah, I even noticed it.
I am a gentleman, I'll have you know. True Action Star Vidal says First Contact is awful. Fair enough, mate.
You can catch these hands is what you can feckin' do.
Daddy says Wrath of Khan isn't great either. Generations is the best.
I like Generations. It gets a lot of hate, which it shouldn't. Like, it's a good story. It's a good end to the Kirk character as a whole as well. Shame about the Enterprise D, though, the fact that they blew it up in its first movie outing. And it was the last time they actually used a 7-foot model.
Yeah. We've got Coro here. Hey, Coro, is Andy ill or having some sexy time with a woman? Nah, Andy couldn't make it tonight, but he'll definitely be here next week. Hope you're doing well, Coro, and I hope you're feeling better, because I know you didn't feel very well last week. We've got True Action Star saying Michael's, whatever you on about there, True Action Star. But we've got Peter here saying, Ian, I have Catwoman on DVD, but yet to watch it. Thanks for a reminder. It seems to be so good, so bad it's good. I might re-watch Catwoman just for Halle Berry. We've got Norin here. Hey Norin, hello everyone. Hope you're well. Evil Dead Rise trailer looks absolutely fantastic. Have you all checked it out? Yeah, you checked it out, didn't you, Mike? You're quietly optimistic for it. Yeah, we'll give it all a go when it comes out. Danny says, does anybody remember the Wombles TV show? Remember your Womble? Yeah. Do you like? They were like one of the best singers of the 70s, wasn't it? When they sung that song. I can't remember much about the show, to be honest. And then you got the Clangers. Yeah. They just went ooh ooh. Oh, that's a terrible pronunciation there. David Even Film Bloke says, even though I'm 22, I do remember those programs. I used to watch programming a block called Noggin, which is no longer about. Oh, that's cool. David Even Film Bloke says, even adverts were good back in the day, said Danny. I agree. Yeah. Cara says, oh my god, Dr. Impossible and Andy on a date together. That's awesome. Yeah, I haven't seen Dr. Impossible about tonight. Oh, I hope he's well.
He was about on my New Year's Eve live stream. He's trying to get me to look at Star Trek V, the final shit tier, as a good Star Trek movie. But we'll see. When I haven't seen it since I first watched it, so who knows? I might actually like it this next go around.
We got Danny saying hey to Coro saying hey to Danny. True Action Star was on about you not being a fan of Tom Cruise. This is my life saying, hope you're okay, Coral. I'm fine. Hope you're well. True action of the stars. Michael's a good friend of mine, so please respect him. Yeah, no, don't keep having a go at Michael as an on true action star. Just leave it. Don't be like that. It's a friendly stream here, and we all get on, so I'm not having that. Danny says, Coral, yes, 355 days for Christmas now. Oh my days, Danny. No,
My mom
don't
used to be
remind us
like
that.
that. My mom, every Christmas day, like after dinner, she'd post up on Facebook saying, "I hope everyone had a fantastic Christmas. Just a reminder, it's only 365 more days until
I do
Christmas."
have a friend on Facebook. He constantly puts up every day how many days there are till Christmas.
Yeah.
Like it's the summertime. He's like, "Oh, it's not long till Christmas," and I'm just like, "Please don't." Traction Star of the Dow says, "What do you think is one of the more underrated movie studios currently about?" Mike?
I'm not too sure about studios, but we're talking like maybe like the labels. I'd probably say someone like Indicator. I think they're pretty underrated, and they've got some really nice releases.
Yeah. Yeah, I do agree with you about Indicator. They're great on there. Michael?
I wouldn't know. I don't keep up with studios that are posting out movies and what have you.
Yeah, I'll probably just say Indicator as well. They're a very good label and packaging are superb. One of the best ones about. DVD from Vaughan Bloke says one thing about Mysterio I find funny is one episode of the 60s Spider-Man cartoon. In only one episode, he looks like green-skinned Alan Bennett for no reason. We need Alan Bennett to play Mysterio. Fair enough. True Action Side of the Dow says, give me some great Elvis songs. Ooh. All Shook Up, Girl with My Best Friend, Hound Dog,
Yep.
American Trilogy, The Wonder of You, Blue Christmas. Oh, I could name so many. What about you, Mike?
I'm the biggest fan of Elvis, but I do love Suspicious Minds. That's a great.
That's a great one. Yeah, I do like that. Michael?
I'd have to say all the ones you listed. Like I'm not a big Elvis lover like my grandmother is. Like for Christmas, I bought her an Elvis CD that has like 3 CDs, but like 30 songs on each, so over 90 songs. So that's going to do her pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, he's done some amazing stuff over the years.
Yeah.
We have Peter here saying, True Action Star, I love Elvis. An American Trilogy medley. I used to use a particular live version of it as a set closer back when I was DJing in clubs because it was simply the heaviest thing in my bag. Wow, you used to be a DJ, Peter. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. You hit that one up. But yeah, I agree with you. American Trilogy is cool. Yeah. Stream of the Time Saves 9. Where's the big questions note from the Doctor? Has Andy forgotten Christmas is over? Andy's just had a break this week, but it'll definitely be on next week. Yeah, I don't know where the Doctor is. I'm surprised Doctor isn't here.
Yeah, like I said, last time I seen him was New Year's Eve.
Stream of Time Saves 9 says Mike looks bold stiff. God bless him.
You like?
Peter says, you don't have to say you love me is another great one. I love Elvis 70s in general. Yeah, some of his 70s stuff was very good. Lol, yes, Paul Mike, says Peter. Sean McDonald is here. Hey, Happy New Year. Home Bargains have 3 storage crates, $3.99, perfect use under my bed, nice and tidy downstairs with no Blu-rays overflow. Great deal there, mate. I've loads of them, unfortunately, and there's still loads of overflow, so I'll be packing them up all the way up to the ceiling. Peter says, don't die on us, Mike.
I'm not dying.
Peter says, I love Child's Play 1 and 2. The second one's not too bad. The Toy Factory scene at the end's great. Stream at a Time Saves 9 says, who's the guy in blue? The guy in blue, mate, is Michael's Movie Corner.
Hello.
Hey. He says, who's the guy in the glasses? Never seen him before. Looks like my next door neighbour. Hope not. That is Alan. Alan Scouser.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Michael just disappeared and Michael's back again, eh?
Yeah, no, it went funny for me for a second there.
Yeah, I think it's because it's like coming up to 4 hours. It normally does that. But yeah, that was Alan. We also had Scott on as well. Again, links to everybody's channels are in the description down below, mate. True Action Side of the Dell says, have you seen the Wednesday show yet? Nope.
It's on my backlog.
What stream of the time saves 9? What's your favourite Italian horror film? Ooh. I'm going to say Tenebrae. Is that Italian horror? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say Tenebrae. Love it. Such a tense film. Fantastic music. Some great kills. And my favourite Argento. What about you, Mike?
I'm going to say there's a movie called Black Sabbath, like a Italian anthology horror movie. That's pretty good. It's probably my favourite.
Yeah, I really need to get into the anthology sort of stuff. I've just never really got into this stuff, but yeah, I'll give that one a go. And Michael, what's your favourite Italian horror film?
Not a horror fan, so I haven't delved into those yet.
No worries. Stream of Time Saves 9 says, when is Rock God coming back on? Love that stream with him. Good news, he's coming on next week. Nigel's going to be on next week, 7:30, so that'll be a fun evening with Nigel. It's always entertaining with him, so look forward to that. Danny says Shrek went downhill.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much like Michael Myers' career, to be fair.
Yeah.
Apparently the new Puss in Boots one is really good, though.
Yeah, that's what I've heard as well, which is surprising because I watched the first one and it was shit.
I might have to give this new Puss in Boots a go.
Mm.
Peter says Alien looks better on Blu-ray than on DVD. Yep.
No, it's a good thing I have it on Blu-ray now.
Cora says amen. Stream of Time Saves 9 says, the man with the blue shirt, do you like indie films?
I wouldn't be opposed to watching them. I just haven't known many indie films. But I would, if you leave some suggestions, I'll definitely add it onto my backlog list, and I'll get around to them at some point.
Yeah. True Action Star the Dow says Die Hard or Lethal Weapon. Now that is a question.
I haven't seen either, and I refuse to watch Die Hard, so I'm just going to say Lethal Weapon.
Okay. Why can I ask? Why do you refuse to watch Die Hard?
Because of the Christmas debate, it's been going on for so long that I just don't care to even bother with the films at this point. It's just refuse to watch them out of spite at this point.
Fair dues. Mind you, you can enjoy them and they don't have to be looked on at as Christmas films, but that's fair enough, mate. What about you, Mike? Die Hard or Lethal Weapon?
I think I'm probably going to have to lean slightly more to Lethal Weapon, just because I think like those 4 movies are all consistently pretty good, whereas Die Hard has maybe a couple of movies and that aren't quite as good, mainly the last one, and yeah, arguably the 4th one as well. But yeah, the Lethal Weapon movies, like all 4 of them, are pretty solid movies. So yeah, I'd have to say Lethal Weapon.
Yeah, I would agree with you as well. I think Die Hard, the first one, and the third one are my favourite ones. So the second one's really good as well. Die Hard, that first one is so iconic, but I'm going to say Lethal Weapon as well. They're a much more consistent franchise. The later ones are way entertaining. The 4th one has such a great cast in it, although it may not be as good as the first ones, but they're still so much fun. So yeah. I'm going to say that. Peter says, ban talk about video games from these streams. I know Peter's not a big fan of video games. Streamer Time Saves Now says, Playtendo will secretly despise you for saying that, stand as long. Nah, well, that's all right. DVD Republic says, I can enjoy both live action and animation. I mean, I consider Ralph Bakshi one of my favourite directors, but pretty much all of his movies are for adults only. Yeah, that's very true. A lot of his stuff is animated, but for adults. Streamer Time in Saves 9 says, has the man in blue seen Doctor Who?
Of course I have. I adore this show. I have almost all modern Doctor Who. My favorite Doctor is Tom Baker, followed by Peter Capaldi. I love the classic Who, the little bits that I've seen. I even adore the TV movie, and I love Paul McGann. He's my third favorite Doctor. Yeah, he'd be my third favorite.
Mm.
I've even delved into the Big Finish audio. Hell, I used to make Lego stop motion animations for a time, back when I first started on YouTube.
Oh wow.
They're shit because I used to do all the voices and effects through my mouth, but I still done them.
Mm. Yeah. We have the Dracula. Okay. Fair enough. Peter says maybe you should guys let Mike talk a bit sometimes too. I think a lot of the talk has just been Doctor Who tonight, hasn't it?
Doctor Who and Star Trek, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab my charger. I'm down to 10%.
No worries. I'll just check mine. Mine's 30%. That's fine. Peter says, "Stop small and Final Destination. You fucking all right? Not everyone has seen. Did I spoil them? I'm sorry if I spoiled them, Peter. I'm pretty certain I didn't, but yeah, no spoilers." Stream of Time Saves 9 says, "Lol." Cora says to Peter, "Have you got any of those £10 Vinegar Syndrome sale movies?" Yeah, I know Peter did message me about them. The sale does look really good. May have to look into that. Have you seen the Vinegar Syndrome sale, Mike?
Not really. No, it's a label I've not really delved into. I don't think there's really much that they've done that I'm really interested in. So yeah, haven't really gotten into Vinegar Syndrome.
Yeah, I know Peter's picked out some films and they do look quite interesting. But again, I think you got to pay import fees for them, and that'll probably cost a fair bit.
Yep.
Stream of Time Saves 9. Mike would be a great as a talk show host like Parky. I agree.
Wow.
Yeah. We've got Liam here, the Classics of A, saying, "Hi, just watched Whitnell and I loved it." Oh, great fun film. Great cast in it. Uncle Monty, isn't it? Richard Griffiths.
Yep.
Yeah. You seen it, Mike? What do you think of the film?
Yeah, it's been a while since I watched it. It was probably about 10 years ago when I last watched it. Yeah, I remember it was pretty good. But
Okay.
Yeah.
that was
Liam says, "I can tell why so often referenced and quoted." Yeah, that's really good. Richard E. Grant's a lot of fun in it, and Paul McGann.
Yeah.
True Action Star of the Dell says, "Thoughts on Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, and Enterprise?"
Love
I'm
them.
out on this one.
Love them both. Love Enterprise. Very underrated. I love Deep Space Nine. Another vastly underrated show. As I said, my favorite TV villain is Gul Dukat, and I absolutely love it. Like I said today, I posted my top 10 favorite Star Trek episodes. 3 of them went to Deep Space Nine, and 2 of them went to Enterprise. So to find out what actually made the list, I have to go onto my channel to check it out, as part 2 also drops on Friday.
It is awesome. And Mike, what about you with these Star Trek series? These are just words to me.
Yeah, I love them as well. They are my 2 favorite Star Trek shows. I think Enterprise is very underrated. And Deep Space Nine is my absolute favorite.
Is
Mine
Deep
would be
Space
Voyager.
Nine the one with Patrick Stewart?
No, that's Next Generation.
All right. So
Deep
this
Space
one I
Nine
love.
is with A.B. Brooks on the space station.
Mhm.
Okay. No, not very knowledgeable with the Star Trek stuff. The Classics Array says, also off topic, just found out that RoboCop, the series, will be getting a Blu-ray release here in March. I did see that the other day. That's pretty cool. Guessing it'll be a port of the appalling crop transfers that got released in the US. Oh, that's a shame, but it's cool it's getting a physical release. Yeah. Have you seen the RoboCop series, Mike?
Not really. I remember seeing bits of it. I remember it used to be on like the. Do you remember the old Sci-Fi channel?
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
And I remember, I remember it used to play on that, and I used to catch it every so often, but I didn't really watch it, to be honest.
Same here. What about you, Michael?
I remember the movies. I didn't know it actually got a TV series.
Yeah, it's quite a popular thing. It got like loads of toys and all that. Have you seen RoboCop?
No.
Oh, that's another fun film to watch. True Action Salvador says, "What's your favourite Kubrick film?" For me, I'm going to give it to Lolita. Is that one of his earlier films, Lolita?
Yeah, it's quite early. Yeah.
Yeah. I keep forgetting that one. For me, it's probably going to be Shining, or I'm going to say Barry Lyndon. I enjoyed that. What about you, Mike?
I'll go with 2001: Space Odyssey.
I know that's one of your favourite films of all time, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, love that.
Michael, what's your favourite Kubrick film?
I know of Kubrick. I can't remember any of the works that he's done that I would have seen.
He's done Full Metal Jacket Potato.
I
Full
haven't seen
Metal
it.
Jacket Potato. Fuck's sake.
I haven't seen Full Metal Jacket.
Ice Wide Shirt.
Haven't seen it.
Spartacus.
Haven't seen it.
2001.
Haven't seen it.
So you haven't seen none of his, I should imagine. Clockwork Orange.
Haven't seen it. It's on my backlog.
Yep, that's fair enough. True Action Star the Dow says, "Wife wants to watch After Sun." You guys seen it? I haven't seen it. I've heard a lot of people do like it. I know Josh over at Classic Reviews, it's one of his favourite films, if not his favourite film. But yeah, but we'll give it a go. We'll soon be getting some glowing reviews. Have you seen it, Mike?
No, I want to see it, so hopefully we'll see soon.
What about you, Michael?
Never heard of it.
Stream of Time Saves 9 says, "Nightmare Before Christmas, rubbish. Houston, we've got a problem."
Yeah. I mean, it's why my unscripted review for it jumped done well compared to my others. I think got like 200 views, about 210, I think. And I mean, no negative comments was left on it, but as one person agreed with me on my take on it. But yeah, vastly overrated. Corpse Bride, better film, better music in Corpse Bride as well.
Fair dues. I still prefer Nightmare, but Corpse Bride's great. What do you think, Mike? Corpse Bride or Nightmare?
Yeah, I'd probably agree with Michael. I prefer Corpse Bride.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, Corpse Bride is the most underrated, one of the underrated ones.
It's a very underrated Tim Burton film. You don't hear many people talk about it. We've got Danny here saying, "Off now, guys. It's been a pleasure. Please, you're great host as always." Oh, thanks ever so much, Danny. Thanks for joining, mate. Hope
Hi,
to get
Danny.
you on sometime soon. Rock and Roll House says Satan's Blade is dreadful. I haven't seen that one. You've seen it, Mike, haven't you?
Yep, I have.
Yeah, wish you never. That's on Arrow. Yeah, that's on Arrow. That's the one with the knife going through with yeah, I do know which front cover it is now. I think remember you talking about it in your Arrow collection video.
Yeah.
True Action Star says, "Give me some John Lennon songs you like." My favourite one of his is probably Starting Over. I love that song. I think that's such an emotional song. Mike?
I like Woman, and I like a song he did called, I think it's called Watching the Wheels. I think that's a good song.
That's a good one. Didn't he do Jealous God as well?
Yeah.
Michael, what about you?
I think it's called Mother, the one where he's singing about his mother. It was used at the end of Nowhere Boy, and it's the first thing that popped into my head, and it's currently playing in my head as we speak.
Yeah. True Action Star says Michael needs to see Alien now.
Like I said in my last live stream, everyone was saying, "Go watch Alien. It's on my backlog." I don't know what way I'm tackling my backlog, but we'll see if
Stream of
I'm doing.
Time Saves 9 says the man in blue will probably think Aliens is bollocks.
I doubt it. I think I might actually enjoy it because I enjoy Jaws. I went in thinking I wasn't going to enjoy Jaws. I absolutely loved it. So I have somewhat high hopes I'm going to love Alien because I've seen bits and pieces of it for sure over the years, but I haven't actually sat down and watched it in full.
Yeah. Those. We've got Edward here saying Nicolas Cage stars in the Western The Old Way, and it will be his first Western movie from Brett Donahue, director. I think I've heard some people reviewing this one. It's Nicolas Cage. He's always entertaining.
Yeah.
I'll give it a go. I'm looking forward to this one called Renfield. It looks like it could be quite fun, so that's going to be this year as well. You heard of this one, Mike?
No, can't say that I have, to be honest.
I don't know whether it's a streaming one. I think it might be, but what about that Renfield one where he's dressed up as like a Dracula? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it kind of looks a bit like a spoof. Like it kind of looks like the Leslie Nielsen killer movie. Like it just looks like
Yeah, it
it's.
looks like something like that, don't it? It's like something you can't really take seriously. Like I thought for a minute it was like him doing a reboot of the Munsters for a while because it just looks like it can't be real.
Yeah.
What about you, Michael?
I've only heard The Old Way was coming out recently. I might check it out. I might not. I don't know yet.
Yeah. Cora says to Liam, the classics race, get the German Blu-ray release of the RoboCop series. Thanks for saying that, Cora. I'll have to check that one out. We have Dr. Impossible here. Hey, mate.
There he is.
Well? He says, great. True Action Star says, who would you like to see a musical biopic next?
Ozzy
Osbourne. Huh?
Ozzy Osbourne.
Who would play Ozzy?
That I don't know. That one would be hard, but I would love to see an Ozzy Osbourne biopic, like the formation of Black Sabbath, him getting kicked out, his relationship with his partner, and like all of that. Because I remember watching a documentary about it, and of course I grew up watching the Osbournes reality TV show. So, but I'd love to see an Ozzy Osbourne biopic for sure.
Yeah, that's a good one there. What about you, Mike?
I'd see one about ABBA. I think that could be quite interesting.
Yeah, I know a lot of people have gone and see that new ABBA Live thing where they're just the holograms and really loving it. I mean, hey, would you go and see that, Mike? Go and see the holograms of ABBA?
No, it's not for me. I don't know. It has to be real people on stage. You may as well listen to the albums, in my opinion.
That's the same here. I honestly believe that as well. I know they seem to be doing holographic versions of like Whitney Houston, Buddy Holly, Michael Jackson, and I kind of find that a little bit in bad taste, especially as these people are passed away. Because I don't know, I just don't like it.
Yeah, it reminds me of the South Park episode they done on that.
Yeah. For me, I'll always say I'd love to see a Blondie one. Margot Robbie, Debbie Harry, you got your perfect cast in there. They did do a Joan Jett one, didn't they? The Runaways, didn't they? That was with Kirsten Stewart. Yeah, that was pretty good. Can't think of any other ones. No, I'll just say that. We've got Dr. Impossible here saying, I've just had to take my daughter to hospital, so I'll be on next week. Yes, Andy and me have been in love for some time, Cora. I sent him a copy of Bugsy Malone, and Andy sent me a bag of coal. Cheers. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Doctor. I hope your daughter gets better soon. Hope everything's all right. Take care, mate, and I'll see you next week. Take care. Dr. Impossible says, cheers, Pete and Mike, and the politician called Michael. Politician called Michael?
Yeah, you'd have to have watched my last stream where he asked me to try and explain why I love First Contact and why I think he's the best Star Trek film. And according to him, I was dodging the answer like a true politician would. It's not the first one to make that comparison. My old history teacher did that once.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, you take care, Doctor. Hope everything's all right. See you next week. Tom says Full Metal Jacket Potato. Yeah. They're the first and only bugger up this week, but I'm sure there'll be some next week because probably will do. But it's been a lot of fun. True Action Stars says can't wait for next week. Yeah, next week's going to be a lot of fun with Nige. I forgot. What God. And the final comment of the night is from True Action Star saying, "First contact is awful, still say that."
And again, you can catch these fucking hands right here.
Oh dear. So anyway, this is the final comment of the night, so we'll probably pack it up now. It's been over 4 hours, so it's been a lot of fun. We've had a whole host of great people tonight. We've got DVD from Film Bloke saying good night. Good night, mate. I hope you have a great week. And True Action Star says I'll end up. Fair enough, mate. Okay, fair enough. But anyway, take care, everybody. I'd like to thank everybody who's joined tonight. Scott, the movie critic, Alan Scouser, and Michael. And as always, I'd like to thank Mike and Shane. Thank Andy for coming on. Andy coming on. I'd like to thank Andy as well. He'll be come back on next week. Everybody's links in the description down below, so go and give them all a sub. Scott's got a stream on Friday night, 8 o'clock on his channel. Alan's got one on tomorrow night, 8 o'clock on his channel, so be sure to check out those. And Michael, you'll be having a stream sometime. You'll post it on Instagram, won't you?
In the next 2 weeks, yeah, I'll make a post on Instagram when the next one I'm doing, as well as on the community tab, as I always do.
Okay, and that's awesome. So yeah. We'll see you all then. Hope you all have a great week and a weekend. And me, Mike, and Andy will see you next week, where our special guest will be Nige, Rock God 2004. So see you all there. Take care. Bye.
Bye.